Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our republic, building our auxiliary settlement, so that we hopefully may start building towards the map center soon to get our actual city running. We will have to start researching towards secret police soon. 4 more % on highly educated workers should be okay. Then we can try and start making a bunch of loyalty, hopefully. Would be nice. You have run full on mixed waste. Alright, so our factories are not getting emptied out apparently. Yes, we need that extra technical service. I was talking about that at some point. That should hopefully do the trick. And then we have the waste wagons from the demolition office, which can also help, I guess. Get the factories running again. That's a bit of waste. It's May. Let's try and upgrade towards our heating plant area. If something goes wrong, we have enough time, I think. But that's gonna be a scary time. I can't really do anything. Like, I can monitor it, but if I cancel it, there's going to be a footpath in the way that I would have to demolish, so this connection I can't help with anything. The only thing I could have done is like transport the gravel very close by. Would have probably helped. But it's not... It's still 12 tons. 6 deliveries. Nothing to do, nothing to it, but to do it. Hello, Mega Monkey. Also, hello, Neo Contra. I don't know if I said it, I might have. So, all the technical services in the city itself, dealing with the waste, horse carriage technical services are going to be fine. You know what? Secret police, let's go. 3 professors can research that slowly. 2 techs used out of the 2 techs we have. Next one is secret police. Hello, procrastinator. It's going fine, thank you. Good Friday. Really enjoyed playing Karen again yesterday. I'm looking forward to that either tomorrow or maybe, well, later. Not sure what I'm going to do today afternoon. Probably workers and resources, I don't know. Woohoo, Friday. Well, you've been in Friday for so long, it's almost Saturday. You already know all about the Friday. Good Friday indeed. It did snow, a small dusting, so work probably will require some work. I hope work requires some work, otherwise it's weird. Thank you. Some moderator work also has to be done, I guess. I need to look up what was written and then update my blacklist, I guess. That's a very long time in the attraction building, holy hell. Only got to 96%. I was running everyone over with the auto scooter. Amazing. It's kind of made it a few days. Right on the 3rd. Most of those bots are less than a day old. Yeah. What is staff productivity? 83 and 80. Don't blame the staff. People can't drive. See how long it takes. 83% average. It's ridiculous. That's a setting in Twitch to prevent chatters with low account ages. That I will do, I think. That sounds like a plan. I have to have at least X amount of days and have at least donated 100 euros to my channel. That sounds a good thing. Well, if everyone does it, then at some point they're just gonna let those accounts lay dormant until, yeah, until they're at least a week old, I guess. It's not that much of an issue right now. I'll just leave it for now until it gets crazy. I usually like solving it with the blacklist. That has done most of the work anyway. Because then it doesn't matter what they do with the accounts. What? The Wakas? What? What are you talking about? So water consumption at 16 cubic meters sometimes. Once we get to 25, which is the half the capacity of the building, we'll build the second one. Just to be prepared when we need it. Or we'll run both of them at like reduced worker count in parallel in case one undergoes maintenance. Australian speak for no worries. No Wookiees? That's racist. Yeah, that way we should get a decent amount of education still through. Well, at least making progress while we're not looking on the research. That should be fine. Waste handling is now sufficient. It'll take a while for everything to get emptied out, but that can take time. Incinerator will handle it all, no problem. We got plenty of space extra. One thing that could happen is that the train loads the mixed waste as it gets unloaded into the incinerator, but that's fine, then we just don't incinerate everything. Not a huge deal. But then again, it gets unloaded in here, so the train probably doesn't have direct access to it anyway. Let's also, after the road, start working on the distribution office. Looks like it's gonna be fine. I really thought I could have like a road here. Oh, I can. Just gotta do something like that, I guess, and hope that it fits. Wanted to stream some, what's it called, Half Sword, which came out. I'm really terrible at that game, haven't played it in a while. It flashes green, but it doesn't allow it to be placed. Okay, well, maybe not then. Road is done. So close, yeah. I mean, that looks like it would hook up, wouldn't it? So I guess the only thing I really have to worry about is getting close to that direction, and then it shouldn't be too much of a corner, I hope. Somewhere here. Matrixed it. And that's how we spend our time on workers and resources. Beautiful. want more highly educated people. Going up, very good. Fortunately, I know a few factorial people that won't touch this game because of that. Say it needs a strict grid, too chaotic messy. Well, they can play with the grid if they want to. Like, that's fine. But the messiness is what makes it brutalist, I guess. But yeah, I also took some time to get away from the grid. And once I did, I was really happy about it. Messy is what makes it more real in a way. Yeah, I mean, we have got messiness everywhere. Like, if you build wrong, you have to demolish everything and then rejiggle it, and you probably won't demolish everything, just the thing that's wrong, and then try to fit it in the correct way. Oh, I still need the demolition office. Right. And they weren't hauling construction waste away because it wasn't assigned. So I think now I can build the rail connection across, I believe. Let's give it a try real quick, just to see if it actually works or if I messed up. No, it does work. Good. So that way train could move forward, unload meat, other things, and move back. Or we can just move this out of the way slightly. We can like go to unload coal first and then return. Maybe this... I don't know. This will probably only get a meat wagon. I don't think this will also transport coal. I guess it could. But yeah, it would block the road during unloading. That's fine. Congrats, don't have to explode a road because it doesn't line up somehow. Yeah, we're exploding this road though, because it was slightly irregular, because I terraformed it after it was placed, so we're rebuilding that one, I guess. It's gonna take a while to transport the construction waste away, but that's fine. Just gotta rebuild it. Updated node realigns roads to terrain. I placed a bunch of street signs on it, it did not work, no. The center was warped compared to the outside. Terrain was bulging through the road. Is it easy to reclaim gravel? Still needs all the buildings. Well, if you just have construction waste, you only need one building. Gravel recycling plant. Other than that, you're fine. But if it's inside mixed waste, and there's only other mixed, like there's other non-metal waste in there, then you can just wait for the ash to rot away before you pick up the construction waste. I don't think reclaiming makes sense right now, we don't have that much. Maybe once we build a mine or something like that. Let's fill the grocer up. Do mines make waste from their digging? Yes. 50% of what they dig up is waste. Not all construction waste, but like it's like 50% of that is like construction waste. So 25% construction waste, 25% mixed waste, rest waste, and then 50% is the actual resource you want. Hello Simon, welcome. I think that was about the ratio. Jesus Christ, guys, why are you not working in the grocer? Why is everyone so dense that they have no idea how to sell stuff to people? Death spiral. It's not a death spiral. People are being lazy. Alright, go upgrade this road too. After that is done, we can upgrade the road into the store and hope it doesn't burn down. If it does, we will have some time without clothing, which could be a problem, but it'll be fine. People are just gonna get really, really mad at it. Let's try half the amount of court staff. Is the waiting time now more appropriate? 6 vehicles, 100 seconds per vehicle apparently. Let's do 80 then. Taser, what do we produce for income? Hello MK for fun. We produce alcohol and food. Alcohol for export. Main income source, however, are hazardous waste imports. So it is something different. See? That's how the road looks like. Definitely gotta replace that one. Even demolishing didn't change anything here. And now it's fine. We'll have to have a footpath through here, I guess. So they can get to the vehicle repair station. Export of alcohol. 45,000 this year. So about 100,000 in a year's worth of work. 90,000. But the hazardous waste is already 100,000. That's making a lot more money. So we are using one of the most profitable ways to make money early on. But unlike an oil refinery, I think this one doesn't scale as well. So you can't really throw 500 people at it and just get the same amount of money. The more you throw at it, it becomes less and less profitable really quickly. But initially, at low intensity, it's really good. Import nuclear waste and scrap it. It's already there, isn't it? Nuclear waste no, containers aren't there yet. Are they? There's no containers yet, Mega Monkey. I can't import nuclear waste. They thought of everything. Gotta wait for nuclear power plants to become available first. You just went over the footpath and back onto a road. How dare you? Amazing. Looks like waste wagons are now passing however they feel like. Footpath to road to footpath to road. Kinda cool. Almost done with the road upgrade. Food is probably going to last. And if it doesn't, they have this store, I guess. But it should be fine. Not that much longer. They might even finish it. Not really. It's gonna be stuck with 1 or 2 work days. What do you like to use the next science point? We're researching secret police right now. The one after that depends on if we get the loyalty stabilized without the need for research, education for most loyal citizens only. I would like to research steel mill, because that's what I want to build as the first industry in our mega city. In the center, a steel mill. And then we can import iron and coal into it from the border, make steel and use that also for construction. Then maybe the brick factory, maybe a sawmill, just like have everything somewhere in the city as a resource supply. Okay, road is done. Grain delivery is not going to take too long. Not like food, I mean. They don't buy flour, they want prepared food. And now we can upgrade the one leading into the store. Although that's 2 sections. Do you have any early vehicle modes or full vanilla? It's full vanilla. I just disable the purchasing time inside the settings whenever I need to get a train, but like the vehicle availability setting. So we're using vanilla trains, just buying them early. Mods. I did look at the workshop, but I didn't find any steam trains that worked with the new functionality, and I didn't want. I'm not really interested in looking around for new stuff, I guess. Oh, that's the road to the factory. I was looking at the wrong one. This is the one I wanted to upgrade. I guess we can upgrade the road into the factory too. Sure. Same thing, if it starts catching fire, can't do anything right now. Maybe I could do something. Split it in 2, I guess. This is low priority. So I could tear down this road and replace it. So I could do something now. As long as they haven't started building it yet, but because the road section is so short, I'll probably get it done. Do I trust this? Sure. Population still growing. Alright, good. 36% loyalty, so loyalty is also going up. Low crime, a couple monuments, not too many. Is helping the loyalty stay stable. So I don't think we need to be very hard on the monuments right now. Monuments like in the prison might work. But only if their happiness is like high enough, otherwise it doesn't help. So either we build a prison based on bringing up happiness and then loyalty a little bit, or we do what we actually want to do, which is just massively boost loyalty with the internal means. You will only house people of any education level with high loyalty. Oh, we need the secret police first. Maybe the secret police could be here. I don't know how large it is. It wasn't too big. Could fit here. Would have to tear down the footpath again, but that's fine. Yeah, demolishing the footpath doesn't take too much time. You can't get into the refrigerated storage right now, which... No, you can't get into the store right now, which I guess makes sense. You'll just be lost for a while. You and your friend stuck in the customs house. Until that short section of road has been upgraded. A couple of workers are now walking onto the construction site here, which is perfectly fine. They can build up the groundworks for the permanent horse veterinary, permanent until we move over to trucks. And then we can build out the other construction offices too, the specialized ones, I guess. And then set up some other things. Should be able to get rid of all of the free construction offices. Minus maybe the one that is like running the workers. Don't think we need to put that into a permanent construction office. That would be too much, I guess. Oil price going up for a couple months, sure. Don't really care about that right now. Resources have been delivered, 17 work days. How many workers are you gonna get? Not that many. At all. One worker. 2 workers. Okay, you know what? You go wherever you want. And then I guess you go wherever you want too, so every house is basically not assigned to a workplace anymore. Which could lead to the situation that no one's going to the platform. And that would be horrible. You will always send your workers to the bus platform now. Everyone else goes wherever they want, which is going to cause a minor shopping crisis, I would imagine, for insufficient workers showing up. But I'm sure they'll figure it out. People really, really like going to the grocer. It's the best shop. It's true. I need another one. We'll probably extend our housing down here. I might build a second heating plant cluster. We'll see. Maybe one that already connects to the train line so we can bring in the coal here. Then go through, unload the coal here and return to the coaling station or something like that. I'm not sure about the meat unloading yet. This might be in a different area. Right now we don't need it, like 2 horse carriages importing from the customs house is fine, but ideally I would want everything to be from the train. Why did you bring workers there? I guess you loaded more workers for that job, I guess. Well, we got a lot more workers on the bus platform now. Hopefully that's gonna sort things out. 15 workers. Go, go, go. Max speed behind the other horse carriage. Doesn't do a thing. I'm gonna steal the workers from you. Okay. You will take care of this, please. Can let this one run empty now. Alright, I guess we'll finish that one first then. Two-thirds of the way with the research. Now the road looks nice and presentable. Hello, Pion. Welcome. Down to 21% highly educated workers, but the number of highly educated workers is still going up. It's just that our population is growing faster than that of our higher education, I guess. We need a technology so people get born with basic education. That's what we need. Okay, sure, yeah. Drop 11 workers in total. Shopping centers hooked up again. I guess that does it. Still dealing with all the piled up mixed waste, but it's slowly being emptied out. Could filter out biological waste, I guess. Since we're doing a lot of food production here, might as well get the biological waste filtered out and sell that for profit too. Any goals for this session? Get the secret police up and running and start the loyalty project. Fix up the distribution offices so we can put everything into proper buildings. Maybe set up technical services proper too. It would probably be on this side though. But yeah, there would be another like setup of another repair station for the technical service over here. I really like, no, I think they should be, I think the technical service have to be within the city. It makes the most sense. Yeah, that's probably what we're gonna do. Not huge goals, but we're still growing the population. Gonna go over 1,000 this session, easily. So as population grows, we would like to make sure that the loyalty is taken care of. Crime handling seems to be fine. Police stations are not overworked. I think I'll give them extra horse carriages as soon as we deal with the loyalty situation. I usually try to place the TOs on the opposite side of the waste dump. I usually try to place them as close as possible to where the waste is actually being picked up the most, because they will only send one technical service vehicle to a pickup site. So you want the initial transportation route to be the shortest. Otherwise, it's going to take all this time, if we build it here, to travel this way, start picking up, and once they're done picking up, then they would send the next vehicle, so it would take very long. If I build it here, it goes here, very quickly, starts picking up, once it's done, next vehicle. So I try to build it close to the industries, where the waste is being picked up from. That way the small bin trucks have got the highest chance to pass fine to the second or third bin. I don't care about that. I usually put like a bin storage outside the city if I want to accumulate the small waste bins into a larger one. I don't want the small waste carriages or trucks to like care about like being full. Usually I have a dedicated technical service for the small waste and one for the large waste, and the large waste brings it to the incinerator or the processing directly. And the small waste carriages or trucks dump it into a big garbage container like that, so they accumulate it. Which we'll probably use in the MegaCity, inside the city. If one of them overflows over 50%, then it also starts spewing out a ton of pollution, but that's fine. It's like a good warning indicator when your population dies, I guess. Not really what you should be using as a warning indicator, I guess. Yes, I've set up my settlement with a preemptive warning system. I get a warning when there's too much waste, and the warning is that the population starts dying. I guess that works. So one way through here, one way through here. Construction vehicles wanting to go back to their area have to run this way. The fire station also has to go this way. But it shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. These things are not that expensive. The horse carriages will get more and more expensive as time goes on because of the horses. I could set up a horse breeder here next to the grain delivery and start making our own horses, I guess. And do the construction of vehicles in this area too. Start making our own horse carriages. I've never really done like mass production of vehicles for own usage, but it would be an option. Because the horses, like, we just need enough. We can set which ones we want, I guess. And then we produce to always have enough, and once we have enough, it stops producing. Maybe we can export them? I don't know. Load them onto a train with horse carriage wagons. I don't know how much profit that would be. We'll have to find out, I guess. And do the math on the grain consumption versus the profitability. But then we would need a cargo train station for vehicle loading. I don't know if it could load from the warehouse the horses directly. Probably not. Tempted to do a run where I can't import vehicles outside of horse stuff, but yeah. It gets... I was thinking of doing that too, but with the trains I said no, because trains become available very late. I needed access to them to actually get like a comfortable settlement going. And trains in that era make sense, and I didn't want to use mods. So I just was like, yeah, I can get trains, it's fine. Shouldn't you connect the wagon factory as well? I'm not sure yet if I will build this. I also need a another building to actually run this, which is the carpenter, to build the vehicles. If that's what you mean, yes. But like I said, I'm thinking about this. I haven't decided to pull the trigger yet. It's just something I'm considering. Has anyone tried a car-centric build? Does the AI just kill the Republic? Well, you can make a ton of money with cars. I did a run where my only way of making money was vehicle production, and that as soon as you start making Western vehicles for profit, you're basically set for money. It doesn't ever go down in value, and you just multiply your import resources cost times 10 and then you sell it. That was my last information on vehicle production of Western vehicles, basically. But if you mean like running people by cars, yes, I've run Kazakhstan Republics, I guess. I've also tried that. You see the replacement bug dealer is experiencing? I saw that his horse carriages were getting replaced with 2 horses, but that's the way the vehicles get purchased at the border, I guess. So I wouldn't say that's a bug. They would also not replace with the correct type of horse if he were to use different horses, I guess. I assume. Let's pay back another 50k. Means we're down to 150k on our loan, 165k. The distribution office, you can also deal with the end station. From the grain storage. And then later on you'll also deal with this one, but not right now. Oh, the road's already done. Excellent. That section, please, I think. Sure. Means that workers can't walk to the construction site for now, but that's fine. Oh no, they can. There's still the dirt road here. That's fine. Then we'll do the second one and everything should work nicely. And you get that dirt road removed. Go through the normal route. This was only there for construction purposes. Why would you make smelly western cars instead of glorious Trabant? Well, the western vehicles sell better in the east, I guess. For domestic consumption, of course, only Trabants, but to sell over the border to our neighbor, these western vehicles make a lot more money. Yeah, if we build anything after this station, maybe it's gonna be a dedicated line. Maybe it's gonna be like going past here, and this is just a waiting platform for this warehouse, and we'll just build a track past it. And there's our horse distribution office. Massive amounts of distribution. 49 distribution office tasks. It's glorious. Alright, get rid of those crops. Now basically what we want is to phase out this distribution office. Unassign these horse feeders, they can run empty. We got other ones. These ones too. And that's it. We weren't doing anything else anymore. So all your vehicles now go into this building. And we can use the trick from Lucky Leader where a building can basically supply itself with horse feed or fuel. Should I do that? I wonder if there's any bugs with it though. Normally you can't assign the building itself, but there's a way. Copy the tasks. Wait, what? Oh, that's a horse feeder. I need a distribution office, not a feeder. Copy the tasks. You supply this building. Copy the tasks back. And now it has itself as a distribution office target. Lucky Leader got a bit of an unstable game lately. It's not due to this, I think, but interrupting and clicking on saves. Maybe. You need to be able to load grain from this warehouse. And now it brings grain to itself, basically. Or not. It cancelled it for some other distribution. But they should do it. Eventually. More horse carriages. Yeah, I don't know if I want to use this. There might be some things that don't really work the way they should. Could be a problem. Hello, Archer. Welcome. Why are you not moving? Because another technical service is already heading to this way. Technical service vehicle. That's fine. Grain feeder. Need a bit higher priority on the next building, so we don't run out of room for the workers to move into. Good progress on the construction for the dumper horse carriage construction office. And yeah, the horse veterinary will replace the one I built inside the city. We don't need that one afterwards. %, wear and tear repairs, excellent. Definitely need another construction office for the concrete mixers. Probably put the road cranes into the same one. And then I don't need any other one, I don't think. Once the horse feeds have run out, we can move them away. I should probably build one somewhere here, especially on the construction office side. That would run to the horse feed. I guess it could be on a side road, but I really wanted them to like feed somewhere here, so they do a right-hand turn to feed and then go wherever they want, either right side back to the construction office. If I build it here, they go in, go back out, left-hand turn, that would be not so good. Could also be up here, I guess, inside the area of the construction offices itself. I guess that would be the best way. You can only fit 2 construction offices in here anyway. And if I scoot them over a little bit to make room for a horse feeder, that doesn't really change the fact that I can fit 2 of them in here. Too early for work? Yep. Okay, they delivered themselves some grain, I guess. I'm gonna unassign that again. I'm not gonna start using that information, I think. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. Just leave that out. Thankfully, the horse feeder is built very quickly. First research done. Now we get to the actual research, which is secret police. Stopped importing fabric. They want the free distro that imported it? No. This one is still doing it. Hold on a second. I still should be importing fabric. And clothing, and electronics, and mechanical components, etc. Hello then, Trusty. Welcome. I copied the task over to that building before I demoed it. It has all the tasks in it. So we should be good. Once the road connections into the customs house are all upgraded, we'll start working on the road leading this way. I won't make it gravel this time, not running a dirt road here, which will make it a consistent transportation route through all seasons. And winter or rain is not going to slow down vehicles. Dumper construction office, done. Don't have room for all dumpers. Or we can have 12 extra. I mean, dirt road or asphalt road? We're gonna turn it into a gravel road. The dirt road into a gravel road. Gravel road should not be impacted by rain or snow in a way where it affects the horse carriages running on them, because they're so slow. Even a gravel road should be sufficient during winter to not be affected. Asphalt road would be sufficient for trucks to do their 40 kilometers an hour, but the horse carriages go less than 20. Sometimes, when it rains, it's really bad on dirt roads. That was open now, yeah. Dumper, yeah. Everything's still correct. Gravel sounds better for horses joints than asphalt. Yeah. Prefab panel roads for horses. Then we can have one over here if we want to. And then start building 3 more. Maybe. Yeah, probably just like 1, 2, and then this one. So yeah, 3 in total. Extra to this one, so 4. There's going to be a lot of horse construction offices. We will need a lot of them. I might have to double up on the dumpers and the open hull carriages because they are supposed to transport all the resources into the megacity until we have a rail connection. But we'll have citizens living there first before we build up the construction sector. I'm not going to try and wiggle workers over to that area too much. Still considering making this a roundabout. I would like to upgrade the road into the hospital. I would just block emergency services for a brief moment, right? That's not a hospital carriage, that's a meat wagon. I mean, it's the same thing. Alright, I nearly forgot this was supposed to be a MegaCity run. Come on, Mega Monkey, that's rude. How's the MegaCity doing? No MegaCity yet, so it's doing fine. We're still building the auxiliary settlement that will deal with the construction of the megacity. I'll try the upgrading for the road to the hospital once the winter's over. I'll have extra work during winter, I guess. Get to work. Low priority. It's not that important. Complimentary beef jerky at the door. I wouldn't trust beef jerky at the door, but hey, it's beef jerky. Still looking fine on heating, nothing below 70 degrees. Can still expand the city. More houses are planned to run the factories. Why was that not straight? What the hell? Excuse me? What do you think you're doing? Is the heating plant now using so much coal that it can't keep up anymore? You know of the container and shipping modifier that reduces price impact stack? No, I don't know. Construction office. Once the vehicles aren't busy, we can send them in. We might need to double this or triple this amount of construction offices to deliver all the resources. But yeah, we'll see. More resources, please, inside the grain feeders. What are you building up right now anyway? The other flat, okay. Oh, we don't have a line, it's all distribution office. Okay, that is not good then. Not sure what happened to the line, but definitely need more coal in here. Distribution office is still working, but it's not going to be able to handle that on its own. as population grows and starts consuming more and more coal. Happiness going up to 74, very good. Gonna have so much happiness once everyone is loyal. It's gonna be so good. Down to 20% higher educated. So, Mega Monkey, how did you exactly know which blog post to look at? It sounded like you were like pulling that from memory, which is worrying. Of course, from memory. It's the blog post that explains how the market prices are calculated. How could I forget the blog post? Alright, game. Some more coal, please. I kind of need like a dedicated distribution office that handles the imports of the coal for the city. Or we build a dedicated train, which was the original plan. We'll see. Can have a line come through here and unload coal into the heating plant. Like each heating plant could have its own tiny little train shoveling coal into it. But it'd rather like be one train line running through all the heating plants, I guess. One of the most important blog posts. I think the version 1.0, oh, okay, one of the most, yeah. It's not the most, but one of the most. I can accept that. I need to remember conveyors towers can use footpaths now. Yeah. There's no blog post about that one. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Hard to remember when there's no blog post about it, I guess. You know what? I don't care. Just go in here. It's fine. I'll interrupt your construction for my convenience. It's perfectly viable. Coffee sip and poof. What is that? Coffee sip and poof. Are you related to Berliners by any chance? Oh. No, I don't need more information, thank you. I'm good. You're not gonna mess up my nice, beautiful road here. There we go. Stay back. That's a couple construction sectors. Ought to do the trick. I'll probably have to make a dedicated one for mixers. Especially for larger buildings, concrete mixers are important. Come on, why are you not delivering the coal? What's going on? And why is this not being built? We're gonna have a heating death spiral. That would be unfortunate. Yep, gotta run all the way around to get to that place. I'll be fine. But yeah, a train delivery would be safer, I guess. I'm gonna have to put another road through here while the construction is ongoing because it's not working as cleanly as it could. The other vehicles should do a left-hand turn early so they don't get stuck here. Well, a bit of extra distance is there for the dumpers and the horse carriages transporting workers to unload in the area. Come on, you can do it. You're almost through. There you go. Go back home. A 1,000 citizens now living here. Milestone unlocked. We're 1% of the way to our population goal. Only 99% to go. I think I'll drop distribution offices here for aggregate distribution, for the heating until we have a train, for the rail construction office. That'll make sense. Doesn't need to be next to the repair station, I don't think. And on this side, maybe more construction offices. Maybe the technical services. But I think I'm still gonna stick by technical service inside the city. I would like to finish this research. We're running out of highly educated workers though. I think it went down. Yeah, we had a little bit of a dip. Gotta keep that one going up. Basic education workers are also constantly increasing, so we gotta keep up with that. Keep the workplaces filled. So nice and quick to build, really convenient. Can have so many horse carriages. And yeah, maybe making our own is gonna be the way to go. Could be a different warehouse from the food production, but like I said, we're producing as many horses as we need. And then carriages in some capacity. Not right now though.
Still quite far away from horse carriages actually needing replacement. Once they start pushing over 20% where they can't get repaired anymore, like not that they like get repaired at 26%, but they can't be repaired back down to below 20%. At that point it might make sense to start worrying about replacements. There's our carpenter. Steel and boards and crops and fabric. So pick up from the other carpenter. Bring it here. Then we'll run one covered hull and one open hull carriage through here to empty out the rest, whatever they leave inside. And then we're done with this one and tear it down. Make room maybe for a warehouse for the train repair station, but even that one is not going to do repairs too often. And it's not going to cancel the repairs anyway. The trains will just wait for the resource deliveries while the repair is ongoing. But I guess I wouldn't mind a warehouse. So this building's almost full. Next one ready to get filled up. We got 2 houses, which will only be for loyal people. People allowed to move in once we have a secret police, not earlier. We might need multiple secret police if we run into the issue that they don't cover enough of the settlement. Why is the heating still so bad? I added so many horse carriages. You know what? I should probably have a road vehicle depot on this side, which is going to be a whole lot easier to purchase new vehicles into. Well, apparently potatoes. Welcome. This one makes sense here because it's supposed to go into the customs house to pick stuff up. But even it could be on the other side. Because it can just go across and then into the customs house, no problem. Well, hopefully we figure out the heating situation, the coal deliveries to the heating plant this year. We can throw a ton of horse carriages at it, and that's what we're gonna do until we decide to build the train line. Do I need a construction offices for road cranes? I think the road cranes would be better served to be right next to where they are being used, but it's also convenient to have them here so they can always go back and get repaired whenever they're not used. And it's only travel time, I guess. And with horses, travel time is like, we're already planning for waiting for a while. Case in point, road construction, 2,300 work days. Which means our population has to work 250% on the gravel road to actually get it built. We'll probably also need a power plant inside the megacity. We could start with coal deliveries into the megacity and don't connect it to the like public grid except for exports. That could be another thing we could do. Make it self-sufficient in regards to power production. Self-sufficient in the sense that it only needs resources to run, but it doesn't import any power from the outside, and if we run out of money, it doesn't immediately collapse. Which is probably a good thing for the megacity. Of course, if the power plant catches fire, then... yeah. Fun times. Multiple power plants, yep, of course. Distributed power system inside the megacity. But it has to grow wide first before we can start building multiple power plants, otherwise we are concentrating them too much into one area. And in the beginning I still need to worry about like the pollution a bit, I think. However, heavily polluted areas in the megacity are probably going to be a thing. Like, an area within 1 or 2 power plants would probably have the housing right next to the ambulance, so it is as effective as it can be. We're almost out of coal. Yeah, I'll probably have to like fix this. Or like upgrade it, I mean. Fairly soon. Ugh. Low unloading platform. If only that road wasn't upgraded, I could place it here, I guess. I mean, we can tear down the road and just make it have a wider corner. Put the unloading station here. What if we don't use a storage with a warning system and just have the train always unload directly into the heating plant? Then we got 45 tons where the train can travel or get repairs. That would be very unsafe. I think I'm going to flip this around. Like, I think I'm going to rebuild the storage to face this way instead, so we can have the unloading station at the top. Which means that the unloading shouldn't be done into the storage, it should be done into the heating plant, because then we can do that. No more distribution office. I mean, the distribution office should still help with the heating plant, I guess. Train comes around, unloads coal, comes back, maybe heating plant on this side for more residential buildings. Unloads coal. Should not be too much of an issue. We'll have to have a train line running through the housing over here. That's going to be important. Sounds like a lot of effort for a temp town. Well, I wanted to push the town up to 3,000 people before we can really commit. It needs to be redundant, and it's also practice for the megacity, where it will have to work flawlessly. The other option is just a distribution office, I guess. With tons and tons of horse carriages bringing coal in. Okay, we'll have our construction office for horse cranes over here for now. One more for dumpers. I guess we'll put that one over on this side because I don't... Actually, no, we will have an extra one. Dumper, open hull, cranes, and this one's going to be mixers. Will you build a large heating plant for the settlement? No. If I need another heating plant, I'll build another one that we currently have in a different area. Distributed heating instead of a large one. The MegaCity would receive a large heating plant for sure. But this one, just some small ones. Is the maintenance building in the middle of the COs even on? Yes. Yes, it is. How dare you doubt me? No, it's fine. Okay, there's some boards in here. Some crops. I'll just demolish it, it's fine. Get the vehicles out. Shut off the workers. I don't care too much about those crops. Get rid of that building. And that'll handle now the repairs inside the city. But the majority of vehicles being repaired is right next to it, which is going to be handy. Concrete mixers. Did I only have 4 concrete mixers this whole time? No. No, I had 8. There's 4 of them in the maintenance buildings. That makes sense. Do you need a vehicle foot to maintain vehicles outside the repair aura? Yes. They're heading this way right now, from the old maintenance building. I sent them down. And I'm now demolishing the old horse veterinary that had that one previously. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I should just, like, use distribution offices and throw a ton of vehicles at this. It's kind of scary that we're running out of coal, though. Really scary. A train would be so much more efficient and safe in case of traffic issues. I don't want this population to die. I think we have to use... No, I think we have to use trains. This seems too risky. The coal unloader for the train anyway, if you're gonna produce your own power. That's in the city then, yeah. I'm not gonna make power here. That would be in the MegaCity. But then I guess we could transport the coal from the aggregate storage to another heating plant by road. You know what? Distribution office is fine. Distribution office in line is probably fine. Drop it back in here. And we'll build an assistant distribution office for aggregates, which we need anyway for the gravel delivery to our rail construction office. God dang it. Not dimpers. Come on, get out of here. Once this distribution office becomes more than 50% loaded with work, then we know we have to add more vehicles to the direct route bringing coal to the heating plant storage. Jesus Christ, it's still not enough. What the hell? I'm gonna be out of coal. What is wrong with this heating plant? Why is it using so much coal? It's not that cold. That's kind of why I want a train, because it's 1.5 kilometers away. It's at risk. Sheesh. Uh-oh. Dang, lucky they survived that winter. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Why is it consuming so much coal? Maybe it's the construction task slowing everything down way too much off this road. The route out of the customs house is a bit delayed right now. Yeah, we're probably going to switch over to a train. I don't have to necessarily have the train go directly to this building. I could also unload the coal into a storage somewhere in the city by train, and then have a distribution office bring it from here to the heating plant storages. But my god, is it overloaded. I guess we could run the coal one through the end station so they're always fed. Like the external storage for coal idea. Could make dedicated roads just for that to avoid traffic issues as well. Well, it would be inside the city. And it would use the normal city roads. I don't think they would have dedicated roads just for that. But yeah, we could have a like coal unloading here basically next to the warehouse. And then put a distribution office in place of the meat storage. Meat is not that critical. It doesn't need that many horse carts. But if I build it here, then I would block myself off of like the horse breeding off of the same warehouse, I guess. Or we do the coal storage next to this one, not directly connected, and close to the houses here. I don't know, like this could be the coal storage that also supplies the city, and it would be the one that is connected to the first heating plant. So it would be the supply of the city and also the connection to the first heating plant, I guess. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll probably flip this one around. I mean, easiest would be, I guess, to tear down the road and hook it up here, but how expensive is this storage? 20 tons of steel. That way would be best, I think. Plenty of room behind this building for a train to roll up. Don't even have to do the conveyor. Oh, Jumai. Welcome. I think that's what we'll do. In the meantime, we'll finish the distribution office, which will help with the delivery of coal to the heating plant. And in the future, it can take over deliveries of aggregates to the rail construction office once that one is running again. And other things. It's Friday. Is it still Friday? I don't believe it. Do you need to destroy the conveyor manually? I think it's gonna be done automatically. But I did trigger it, so they can work on both in parallel. Not for long. It's time. I don't know what's going on with this heating plant. This is worrying. Okay, more open hull if we want them for later. Calculate the total heat tank size of the town. Are you crazy? I would never do that. I would either run heat exchangers. Ugh. You're not crazy? I don't know about that. It's 19 degrees and this thing is still running full tilt. It's trying to fill up all the heat water tanks, I guess. Okay. I guess for that route it's a little bit too long to wait that much. No end station for you anymore. Oh, I hope they are able to leave. Oh, please. No wonder the heating plant's having issues right now. Come on. You can leave this building. Don't bug out on me. Oh no. Stupid horse carriage is getting stuck. Okay, so for those it doesn't work, apparently. That was a waste of money. Get out of here. Well, temperature's fine, so let's wait until the distribution office is done, I guess. No. Get out of here. Everyone, run your route. I want to use the line spacing we had before, which was like 80 seconds. Not 8. Is it a whole specific bug? Yeah, it seems to be. I reported it. Not sure if it's gonna be fixed. Might be for resource carriages going through the end station. Passenger lines seem fine. No, a passenger line had our bug had the bug previously too in the Poland run. I don't know what the source is. I guess I was just assuming. Well, that explains the coal shortage, I guess. Partially. Train track past the housing. Left-hand turn across the road, long enough to unload in here. No other way, just train in here, unloading somewhere in this area, conveyor connection into the storage. Should work. So this is a hill. Low down, high up, low down. So housing here, it goes over a hill. I guess it's not a big hill, it's fine. Sure. Let me know when that waste storage is fully removed. Why did it crash? Because I was drawing a train line. What the hell? God dang it. That seemed like very specific. I was just dragging a nice small corner and the game just crashed. Because you joined? God dang it, Archduke. Ugh, always Archduke joining my streams. What can you do, I guess? Almost reached 2030 and noticed that I'm losing money very fast, so that electronics cost about 270k per ton. Have only fuel, steel and mechanical parts production. Since it's the end of my republic, and that was very difficult for me to save at 1950. Yes, electronic prices keep going up until 2060-ish because of reduced production efficiency, miniaturization, etc. So you get fewer and fewer tons of electronics, and people want more, and yeah, they get quite costly. Until 2060 on the dot. Until 2060 on the dot, they get more expensive. Is that better? Electronic components until 2037. Alright, good. But electronics are not mandatory unless you rely on them for something like loyalty and happiness. Then of course lack of electronics are gonna be a problem. It's like the end game. People demand Soviet smartphones. Or, how about we never even give them electronics in the first place? So they never know about them. No more free construction offices. We have our cluster over here now. Maintenance offices will not be selected in that one. But that means we don't have any construction offices with workers right now. I guess that would be the crane one. Getting some horse carriages in there. To find it out, there's no newspaper or something that you can influence. Pretty sure propaganda existed before radios. Yeah, you can use the prison or the orphanage. But no other mass media, I guess. Release the orphans. Soon. Soon we'll be ready. Only 24% left. Maybe I should say electrical parts. It's not electronics that people use as radio or television. They use electronics, not electrical components. They buy electronics. Come on, research. Finish. So, heating plant is real bad. I think that's the priority right now. Oh god, jeez. Had to get rid of 6 horse carriages because of the line bug through the horse end station, unfortunately. I think this year they will have to be like managed by distribution office. 999 pop. I mean, we're doing demolition, and I don't think we have a death spiral right now. It's just flattening out. It's like whenever we imprison someone, population goes down because they probably lose all their children. Happiness is fairly good, like the population growth should still be there. Reverse death spiral? Oh god. A population spiral, no, the worst thing ever. It is worrying how much this heating plant is running. I wonder if you need heat exchangers for this to be efficient. I wonder if a direct connection is just super inefficient for a heating plant. It shouldn't be, I don't think. I mean, if we were to build a heat exchanger, it would give us an accurate reading on how much heating capacity we have still left, I guess. Could be magic. It could be. I hope not. We'll have to tear up this footpath to get the secret police in place, I think. Maybe we'll have a second one down here eventually. But first we need to make sure the initial one is fully staffed with enough workers to run as efficiently as possible. And it's going to be a small one. Based on our secret police testing, a small full secret police is better than a half full large secret police. But a full large secret police is better than 2 full small secret polices. More efficient on the workers. Jesus Christ, this heating. What the hell? I'm just gonna dump it, like, it's gonna be full of aggregate trucks. Like, this is so weird to me right now that the horse carriage route is not able to deal with this. I mean, I deleted 6 vehicles of it because it got stuck, I guess, but still. More waste wagons. How to make people not losing mood from crime. If a crime is committed, people will lose happiness, and the people who are directly affected by the crime will lose a ton of loyalty. So the only way to deal with that is to reduce criminality and reduce the amount of crime being committed. Another way you can solve it is by making sure people are not as like in dense areas, because a crime is always committed in a location, be that in a house, residential building, shopping center, or bus platform. Anyone present in the area where the crime is committed will receive unhappiness, and the people who are directly affected, the loyalty drop. So if you have a bus stop with a lot of people waiting and someone shanks someone else, then a ton of people will be unhappy from that if the bus stop is overloaded with workers. So yeah, that you can't prevent, only with like minimizing the crime, getting people to like being hard on crime basically. We're going to try the loyalty approach, where we try to get the imprisoned people to have as much loyalty as possible. 1% crime and people lost mood all the time. That, I don't know. 1% is basically the start, but it shouldn't be too bad yet. Like we have 1%, 2%, 4%. It's reduced because of our low population growth, but it is already fairly high, I guess. Just give them alcohol to shut them up. Yeah, maybe. Alcohol... Like, they usually lose mood through crime, but they also lose mood if they can't get one of their demands fulfilled. So anything listed in a residential building like this will lower their mood. Currently that is lack of electronics, which some people want, and the spirituality churches, which you can deal with by building attraction buildings. Someone who wants to have spirituality fulfilled will walk to a attraction building instead, if one is available, and they haven't visited in the past in a while. Our republic was very alcoholic, only at the end it was 2% alcoholism. We got 4% right now. It's not too bad. People are fairly happy. But yeah, crime is usually committed if they can't get something or they are becoming criminal from other criminals. Like, criminality seems to be inherited to their children as well. But we do not have the full effect of the criminality yet. That would only become available at like 6,000 people? Or was it 10,000? It's a gradual scale. I mean, it's already pretty... It might already be active. Maybe I'm misremembering in that it's at 1,000. Only 59 people with low government loyalty is fine. This thing is just running through the coal like crazy. I wonder if it's trying to provide heating to their unfinished houses somehow. I don't think so. It's nice having all the construction vehicles in their own little compartment. Theoretically, I could tear down the wooden horse feeder and build another construction sector behind it too, but I think having it on the main road is fine. I need an end station for resource vehicles that has a line, like a fixed time of 1 second. So they always go through there as quickly as possible for resource deliveries. And I guess sometimes you want like spaced out resource deliveries, but I guess in the coal one it doesn't really apply. More horse feeders would also be sufficient, I guess. One more pickup of metal scrap and we can build the new and improved flipped storage for coal. Hopefully it'll allow me to place it the way I want it to be and have a conveyor connection. Somewhere here. Fine. Building in the way prank. I hate it. I hate that prank. I did not. Oh god, come on. Stupidest prank. Connection points in the game are game-breakingly bad. I would say game-breaking, but they're janky. I mean, I can work around it. It's just something that, yeah, if you don't know about it, it's game-breakingly bad, I guess. So we could have the aggregate unloading on this side. We could have it on this side. Run a corner through here. Would be fine. I don't think that was even hooked up. Alright. I mean, the other option would be this way, but I think somewhere here would be nice. Keep breaking in a way that makes me want to break my computer every time I have to build something. End up not wanting to connect to the road directly in front of it. Oh yeah, that one is... Usually if you try to place it too close. But there are ways to try and deal with that too. Most buildings support a really short road connection, but that's a bit tricky. Is that enough of a distance to park a coal train there? I don't think so. I think this is the way then. We'll make the corner way longer and allow us to park it. And then from here we can run the coal train through. Give it enough space to store itself in the area. It's like almost 150 meters. We don't need a coal train that long. But the option is there. We could run the coal train that way. Research is done. Secret police ready to go. Oh, that's almost perfect. So that would be a coal delivery in the future directly into the storage for the heating plant. Don't think we're going to finish it this year. But maybe. It's not too difficult to build that up in time, I think. And then later on we can also have like a rail line go through here as well. Even have this one connect back, I guess. Inner city roundabout of a train. That distribution office better get finished quickly. Okay, now the heating plant doesn't run because it's disabled below 20 degrees Celsius, so now it's building up a little bit of a coal stockpile. I like everything being lined up, so I need to fight the game. Yeah, that is something that does play a role, of course, the way you want the game to look. Like for example, if you use the grid system, you're like always beholden to the grid system, but then you're like wondering, okay, how do I extend this footpath out straight? Well, you can just have any footpath built like that and it just continues on straight. So you start making your own grids with a way to try and build things up neatly. Secret tips and tricks, yeah. We still need the road connection through here. I didn't want to remove that road. I find it really neat that they added multiple footpath exits here if you want the curved footpath variety to look very neat, like that. Okay, distribution office is ready. Aggregate distribution office, copy the tasks over, move everyone in here. Fill it up with dumpers. Yeah, trying to build like lined up settlements without the grid, making everything nice and neat, I think is a skill that's worth like pursuing. Because like not having to build with the grid and still getting like nice and pretty straight looking sections of the settlement then helps you just connecting them together in the same settlement, and then this is not aligned with this, and it's also not on the same grid as the other one. Yes, there's a lot of jank in between, which I didn't really care about, but it still helps. Making it look ugly on purpose is law accurate. That is true too. Don't have a talent to build city with curves like streamer do. Careful of straight lines too much, so it's very difficult for me to start new game. Like your layouts, they usually look organic but very tidy. Yeah, right now we have a lot of like organic stuff here on the road, and then try to have like some organized things off to the side where they align more with each other. The megacity will have a lot more of that nature, where the shopping centers also align with the houses. Depends on what gets planned or built first, I guess. But yeah, these like housing complexes is what we're gonna like go for, and then maybe some inner city areas where there's like footpaths snaking through residential buildings. Okay, this has low priority. Focus on this thing. Because then we can run the distribution office into the small aggregate storage. We should not have problems with heating, I hope. I'm throwing a ton of vehicles at it now. I mean, they're going to be doing rail construction also. And the heating plant is probably full by now. But once the storage is up, then they'll split their efforts again. Going to be playing on the Britain map, and having such easy access to the Western market has ruined me. Almost all my vehicles are Western. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, the West is a powerful border connection. Not having that really here, except for the tiny connection out the south with the waterway, is going to be a challenge, because our resources are just going to get more and more expensive based on inflation. Unless we run shipping or aircraft routes into the Republic. Or make them ourselves, which is like the real goal, probably. I mean, the raw resources we'll probably still import, but the finished products we want to make ourselves. We did finish the secret police research, by the way, quite a while ago. So I think we're going to start with a secret police next to the heating plant. They can use the coal to write the information down, I guess. Alternatively, put it here. It's also a bit far away from housing. I think here is fine. Get rid of a bit of the footpath and then place it, I guess. Shouldn't take too long. And once the secret police is up and running, then we can start the loyalty. The loyalty boost without radio TV. At that point, this is probably going to become a building for the most loyal, highly educated workers, close to the the school and university. With the school and university be set to the 50% loyalty required once we have enough workers with that loyalty. And then anyone a higher basic education is going to live here to work in the prison. Particularly American rolling stock and locomotives are addictive. Yes, they're very efficient. And they look very nice. I totally agree with that. Having like multiple paths through a city is going to be interesting, because that's also what we will need in the mega city. Above ground railroad running through the city and then building houses around them, and then later on realizing, oh, I need more capacity. Now we have to tear down all the houses of all of those people. Make room. But yeah, another thing for decreasing happiness and loyalty is if someone goes to prison, of course their loyalty and happiness goes down. So it's in your interest to either boost their happiness and or loyalty, depending on what you want. So if a criminal commits a crime, happiness and loyalty drops in your republic. The criminal goes to prison, and what you then do is up to you. Loyalty boost, however, propaganda only works if your workers inside the prison have more than 50% loyalty. Otherwise it doesn't do anything. Yep, heating aggregate storage for coal has high priority, as does the conveyor connection, and then the distribution office can start trying to fill that one up before we get close to October, when it starts being cold again. I was so close to a heating crisis. Iron price down several months, okay, sure. The line is still running here and filling up the heating plant slowly, and now it's full. We'll have to wait until the storage is done, but shouldn't take too long. We have a lot of vehicles that are going to supply resources rather quickly. At least in this case. To the mega city it's going to still feel slow, I believe. But the main thing for the mega city is bringing workers there to build stuff up. The resources might take time. We can double or triple the amount of construction offices we have delivering resources to the mega city. It's, yeah, that one can be scaled, but the delivery of workers will rely on passenger transportation, I believe. So we might have a passenger platform here somewhere. Once the footpath is gone, we'll place the secret police, have it build up quickly too, and then throughout winter we can take a peek at people's loyalty. And also get the migrants from the east with sufficient loyalty to start building up the loyalty loop. People will then be imprisoned for 3 years, regardless of their crime, to build up as much loyalty as we can, without imprisoning them for too long. And that should hopefully start feeding into itself. The people then released from prison go into either the education system or one of these buildings to then feed back into the prison labor. And once those have run full, then we can start really focusing on things afterwards. Like raising the requirement on loyalty working inside the prison, for example. Starting up an orphanage to also make sure that the people who get imprisoned don't lose their children, as well as boosting the loyalty of the children who live in the orphanage during that time. It's already August. Time flies. Is the crop train blocked by signaling? No. There's rail construction ongoing here, so it has to wait for the construction train to get out of the way. I mean, I can make it like run more often and put a signal here. I don't know if I want to do that. We're not using up crops that quickly. It can take its time. The construction train is running back and forth often. Hello Zadius. Welcome. Yeah, now's the time when we should fill up the coal stockpile. Oh my god, the happy emote. Jesus Christ, don't scare me like that. Probably also have to start construction of a new residential building, because the amount of people we have is constantly going up still. Oh no, don't make this a thing. First the cheering emote and now the inverted capital D colon emote. It is way too happy. Okay, footpath is removed. Secret police, please. I'll have to get a road in here first. That matches with the footpath, so we can still run a connection through here. And then that one has to line up with the secret police, which it currently doesn't. That should work. Let me know when the secret police is done, and yeah, we'll bring vehicles to it. Vehicles in this case would be horses, Inviting the secret police to their place. How many transformers for this city? 2, I think, just because of the length. Maybe 3? No, it's only 2. Oh, transformers. Well, I have it directly connected to the customs house. I don't have a transformer. I didn't want to build a transformer if I absolutely didn't need it, until I absolutely needed one. So everything is directly connected to the border. Because the settlement is temporary. It's an auxiliary settlement to build our actual settlement, which is supposed to start in the center of the map. We've started building the road towards it, but we still don't have enough workers to make that reasonably fast. Do we have some games on the horizon besides Frontline Logistics? Yes, I think there was this game of like managing logistics in hell. What, Syntopia, it was called. When does that one come out? No idea. Oh, it has a playtest now, apparently. Commences February 10th. In 4 days. Playtest number 2. I guess we can look at playtest number 2. I thought it would release in February. I don't remember what was planned. Other than that, do I have anything else? Go into wishlist, sort by release date. Captain of Industry Trains expansion in 3 days. Kinda interested. Other than that, Road to Vostok in April. Gilded Destiny at some point this year. Junctions for building like traffic junctions, which is supposed to get at some point like a city builder attached to it. Never heard of Syntopia? Yeah. You can thank like for that who suggested me trying that one. I was hesitant, but then I tried it and it gave me basically the feeling of something like Dungeon Keeper meets a fairly light like logistics game. But really dynamic, really cool. Train expansion, I think there was an update in Captain of Industry for trains. Yes, update 4 will release with a DLC for more variety in locomotives. If you want that, but update 3 had steam trains, but they are also releasing some diesel locomotives, nuclear trains, smokeless steam locomotives and stuff like that. So they're planning a couple things. Update 2 and Update 3 I basically didn't play in that game. Update 1 we finished a run on stream. Update 2 I think or Update 3 I tried a little bit. I think it was Update 2 in preparation for the steam trains and then I never tried the steam trains. Because there were other steam trains in another game that released and took all my attention, I guess. Sure, we'll build double road, why not? Pay back another 50k of our loan. The road out here should also be low priority. Do that whenever you have nothing else to do. Last construction phase for the aggregate storage for the coal heating. The train will probably not be done in time, but yeah, should be okay. Thinking about playing Menace. It's a tactical game like XCOM. Yeah, I got a key for that from Hooded Horse. I get all the Hooded Horse games these days, apparently. We tried the demo of that one. I misjudged what kind of game it was because I played it like a realistic tactics game. And then at the end I was running after a technical that was shooting rockets and reloading while it was driving. So I had like... I was mentally not prepared for it to be that kind of game. But I have not tried the early access version yet. Might be a stream at some point. There's a ton of games these days. So yeah, to repair the vehicles in the distribution office, they would have to send horse carriages over to repair those. But that would be perfectly fine, I think. All of the refueling stations out here are now empty. Also fine. We can upgrade this road to gravel. That one can be medium priority, that's fine. That's a lot of horses, and I probably need more refueling stations. Ugh. Alright, vehicles out of this area have right of way, I guess. Empty out the feeder station, please. That's better for traffic that way. I mean, I guess it also partially blocks the rail construction office, so yeah, sure, let's put a train signal here and split this up, I guess. Two more deliveries, a couple workers, and the heating storage is done. With about a month left to bring coal into it. Why are you waiting? Oh, you also want... I thought you wanted to also refuel. Everything's fine. Probably an orphanage here at some point, run by the loyal citizens living here. And then we'll try and push down the time that people stay in prison as low as possible, while still pushing them over 75% loyalty, ideally. And then orphanage, I guess, is like a nice to have to keep population growth nice and high. And reducing criminality. The loyalty might or might not work with the orphanage. It's probably going to become overfilled. But as long as the prisoner count isn't too high, it should be manageable. The return of earthquakes? Not seen any. Yes, I'm not playing with earthquakes. I don't like the way they're implemented. Not a thing I like in this game. They're just pure random chaos. Everything else in the game you can plan for. Earthquakes, even if you build everything double to try and deal with them, the game could have an earthquake that just immediately collapses both of one type of building and destroys something. Chaos, yeah. It's something I'm not really looking for right now. I'm doing my challenges, which are already difficult enough, I think. Don't need to throw in earthquakes into the challenges. There's going to be plenty of reasons for the MegaCity 19 to collapse anyway. Okay, traffic here is better again. No gridlock. Storage is almost done, just needs a couple workers. Like 6-7 workers would do the trick, thanks to the horse crane. I think they're sending a ton of workers down to build the road whenever they're like free. Which I guess that's what they're supposed to do. 6-7 workers, yeah. I have no knowledge of like the intensity of how much that meme is used, so I don't even pay attention to that. I think that developed because like the people who are using that probably didn't understand the 69 meme, so they started the 67 meme. Is my assumption, but probably not. I don't know. Okay, heating plant is running again. Some of these new memes are just dump IMO. Well, now you get the experience of what memes are when you're old, I guess. 6-7 thing is like satirical anti-comedy. Yeah. The youth grows up so quickly these days. They're doing satirical anti-comedy already. It's like planking, basically. Except less physical. Why are you not done with the reconstruction of this building yet? Come on. One worker. That's not going to finish the aggregate storage. Come on, it's like already end of September, this is not looking great. Oh, my god. I don't need a heating death. Also don't need to run out of money right now, if we can help it. Why are you full? What the hell happened? Demolition. Probably demolition. That's fun. That's really fun. Now I need an extension to my loan, I guess. So we're going to be exporting hazardous waste to make room in the train. I really thought we had enough, but I guess not. Alright. Should be able to load hazardous waste again after. Try 20% only, I guess, for now. The end is nigh? No, definitely not. As long as we micromanage and everything and don't miss anything, we'll be fine. As long as we don't make a mistake, basically. And when is that ever a problem in this game? For real. Is that the road I want? Not really. I mean, this section can stay like curved for now, but we can upgrade this one after we've extended the road length to what we want. Okay, storage is up. Distribution office for dumpers. Unloads into here now. 80% coal for the time being, not into the heating plant anymore. Direct line, same thing. Go back to the aggregate storage. Not waiting until unloaded though. It shouldn't matter. But yeah. Hopefully, we're not gonna run out of heating. This time we started with the heating plant already empty at the start of winter. It's going down so quickly. Okay, speed this up a little bit. Why are you using that road instead of... Oh, because of the one way. Yeah, I guess that's a me thing, sure. A Russian there will be fine. Good day, good morning. How's Abenakis? No, I think they also can't deal with minus 10 degrees. We would need the insulation tech for that, but minus 10 degrees would still be too much for 3 months plus. They're not going to be happy. Look at this. It's running at 100% consistently. It's using up so much coal. I think I'm gonna get some more carriages. I don't trust this. Coal price going up. Will not return to normal anytime soon. Someone's profiting off of this. It's a conspiracy. This is not looking good. Somehow this isn't really looking that great. But thankfully the traffic issues through the settlement are now less of a problem, but still, I don't like it. Yeah, look at this traffic of horses going into the settlement. Like, the train line is going to be necessary, I'm pretty sure. Thousands of horses die each year on this crossing. Do I need more horse carriages? Like, what is this consumption? I guess because it's directly connected, it's trying to all push them up to like its own temperature, which I guess it can't really do efficiently. Not too many maintenance tasks, but put the flats up in priority. Are they running out of coal, like transporting it up there, and then they make like a turnaround or something? To go back coaling and then they start the delivery? This is horrible. Every distribution office vehicle should be focusing on the coal delivery right now, I think. 10 vehicles heading here right now. I mean, at least the consumption is already at 100%, so if it goes up, if the coal storage inside the heating plant goes up, then we know we're fine. I don't think we're fine yet, but I haven't pulled the trigger on multiple carriages yet. I think I need more. I was hoping that the train will finish soon, but no, it's gonna take at least up to December or longer. Let's get another 3. Weird. It's like the heating plant is not enough for what you have. It's weird that it's running at 100% full tilt, yeah. It's definitely enough though. But yeah, it seems to be like balancing its capacity to try and push everyone up to like 90 degrees. Maybe it only works well with like heat exchangers, I don't know. Maybe heat exchangers make it work properly. Have enough workers to add another? Yeah, they'd only require 5 workers, that would not be a problem. I think I should try like a heat exchanger. You know, them stubbing blocks are hard to heat, all concrete? No, they are bricks. They should be fairly easy to maintain heat in. Those are brick buildings. I know it's a joke, but yeah. We're not running prefab panel flats yet. Okay, coal is going up. I think we'll be fine. I'll add the other ones to the route. The worst thing that can happen is the distribution office sends fewer vehicles out, but that's what we want anyway. The distribution office basically gives us like a balance indicator on how many vehicles are used by the distribution office throughout the year. Like if we're getting through winter, but they've already started using like distribution office vehicles during winter, then we might need more vehicles on the direct line. Good point. It's 1889. Probably not a lot of concrete back then. Yeah. But yeah, the rail connection will be there soon too. I did delay the construction of the unloading station a bit. But that's fine. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. Yeah, coal is going up. We'll be fine. Since it's already running at 100%, it can't really consume more than it already is doing. That'll be alright. We'll purchase new vehicles into this area instead, so they have like an immediate way to get some horse feed. Optimize traffic at the border a little bit while the construction is ongoing, so they can use this road to travel both directions for the time being. I will put the sign back down once the road upgrade has completed. Distribution office here only has to help if it drops below 30%. Because the main thing is going to be done by train soon, which I will have to purchase a train of. Let's say 6 aggregate wagons maybe? Let's get one right now in preparation. Another BR80. And then cargo wagons by production date. The oldest ones would be the Essen. Königsbergs are same thing basically. 6 of them would be 120 tons. That's what we're going to use, I guess. And go back to locking vehicles. Excuse me? Everyone's transporting grain apparently instead of food. Okay, one is transporting food, but seems like assigning the construction offices for grain delivery to the buildings took a little bit of like a toll on our resource transportation. Much smoother for now. Construction train, I guess. We can move the signal. Go here, load whatever's in the area and bring it to the depot after you've went coaling, I guess. So yeah, maybe we'll drop another distribution office next to this storage, and the other heating plants would then pull from the storage and get its coal directly delivered by a horse carriage. No storages for the other ones. We could even put a truck loading platform here, I guess. If I really wanted to, but do I? Not really. I think that would be overkill. Like either on this side, have a loading platform like poking out here, or just on this side. There's our coal train. Was quite expensive, but I think it's going to be worth it for the stability of our settlement. Where you put the heat exchanger? I was AFK. I didn't put one down, I was thinking about it. I'll just run this at 100% and not care, I guess. Like, the heat water tanks are still over 70 degrees, so we're not in a problem. I'm just not going to drop any in. Build that footpath so we can build the next residential building. I'm gonna get like 30 migrants, I think, to run the prison. With the loyalty requirement. We don't need... Oh no, I need like more. I need 45 then, or 50. That's also gonna be somewhat expensive. But it's for the greater good. Okay, storage is starting to fill up. Coal. Now we have to wait for the unloading station to be done. What prison is this? Modded? No, it's a small prison that they added. Small early start prison, coming to you soon. As soon as you switch into the public beta branch, I guess. Looks like the word count on the distillery is looking better and better. The footpath is quite a bit far away. We could optimize it by having like a underground footpath here, or just going over it with an above ground one. I am wondering, I do want to upgrade this road. Both factories at the warehouse should have upgraded roads, I think. Not during winter. Snow is gonna be here soon. And by soon I mean like now. Above ground pathway, yeah, I also was thinking that. But I don't know if I can connect one easily into the area. Everything's like very closely crammed together to the road, and there's a lot of junctions. I guess this would be the easiest option then for an above ground one. Would have to remove that corner somehow a little bit and then put the other path here. Or we can rebuild the other footpath and make it go underneath the stairs. That would also work. I can do that too, I guess. So we just get rid of the corner and then place it afterwards again once done. We do have another path that they can walk right now, so let's do that, I guess. Let's check again. Yes. Well, somewhere here. We'll have to try this one first, I guess. Hope I don't need that section. I might, but hopefully not. It's an attempt. And then up here, I assume I can connect somewhere through this area. Like all of this is full. I can't get over here. I mean, I can probably cheese it. Like so. That would be possible, I guess. And not too unreasonable, I don't think. But let's see. Let me know when the rail connection to the unloading station is done. Good to see an actual stockpile of coal. Maybe below ground might be better after all. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Yes. Just having like a small tunnel underneath this section would be fine. Above ground looks nicer, but this would be perfectly fine. It's so much easier to hook this up. Look, done. Then here, I guess, I don't know if I can cheese that one. The corner of the road, it usually works. Corners are a bit weird. Let's do it this way. do I want to cheese it? I don't really want to cheese it anyway. But yeah, I guess I can hook it up here. That will probably still be fine. How much are we shortening the footpath then? They would go this way, or they would just like walk onto the road and then probably over. Instead of this way. That's not that much shorter anyway. I don't know. I'll keep it in mind, I guess. That would work, for example. Current path. Okay, it doesn't calculate that one yet. Current path. 256 meters would be down to 230 with the new connection. Is it worth it? Probably not for 26 meters shorter walking. This one would be further though. This one would be down to only 183 meters. Because this one has to walk around to get to this. Stupid factory connection. There we go. I think I would build that. I mean, if I could get the connection through here, that would be even shorter. Would have to mess around with corners again. I guess this is fine. Now it's only 7 meters for that building, 249. Because it's even further this way, so there's not that much difference, but this one is gonna have 209 meters now. I guess because it's a right angle. But it's nested in here and it looks nice, so this is what we're gonna build. Coal is fine. Okay, you can load 40%. Traffic jam because of trains? Yeah, but it's fine, like, it's just a delay of, like, a little bit of time. Nothing is time sensitive. We're all running buffer, storages, etc. The train is prioritized before the road network. That makes sense. And the train doesn't run that often. When it waits until unloaded for the grain. $12,000 rubles per month on alcohol export now. 16,000 for hazardous waste. The alcohol is getting better and better. So it is catching up. But of course, the 16,000 for alcohol export still has the crop imports. But that's fine, we don't have to import any alcohol for our citizens, so that's also included. And the food is also included in the crop imports. Time to use wooden helicopters to relieve the stress on the streets. Wooden gunships to reduce the amount of horses, you mean? I don't think that's very nice. No helicopter transportation. That I have not done in any Republic yet. Making all resource transport routes with helicopters sounds ridiculous. Why are the food deliveries here so unreliable? I thought I got enough horse carriages to not have that as a problem anymore. Looks like some are getting repaired. Okay. 5 workers here, please, no more. Looks like the road is done. There we go. Yes. You're gonna be a jerk about it again. There we go. That might be fine now. Hopefully. Oh no. God dang it. So another thing we might need is a distribution office for flatbed materials, but steel and wood are not in that high of a demand to warrant that for the moment. Gravel deliveries aren't not working because I told this one to... No, it is supposed to load gravel too. I guess it's just too busy with the coal deliveries because the coal storage is very, very empty. Compared to what the gravel was. But now the gravel is very empty, so there should be horse carriages heading this way too. Just imagine the helicopters like drones in Factorio. Oh god, yeah. Efficient helicopters that... like electric helicopters, I guess. That's what we need. Come on, secret police. Looks like the road here is done. Oh god, I'm discovering a whole bunch of methods of like not making roads intersect and stuff like that. That's I don't know if I should keep learning about those things. You like the Factorio drones or you like the helicopter delivery in this game? No, the helicopter delivery in this game is slow and really expensive. Drone deliveries in Factorio are really cheap. And fast. And you don't Like imagine if you needed like a helipad for every drone in Factorio. Because each helicopter has to go somewhere. There's no garage for helicopters in this game, where you can land like 50 helicopters inside. Base game. There might be a mod for it. Firefighter helicopter not bad. No, that one's good. It needs a ton of maintenance with aluminium though. Like, you need to make sure it is in range of a maintenance building that has the aluminium. I think they get repaired inside the fire station. They don't have to fly to the vehicle repair. It is quite costly to run firefighter helicopters with maintenance. But they're super efficient. And you kind of need to build them next to the water rather than what you want to protect. So they load the water quickly and then go to the fire instead of having to fly very far to get the water and then fly very far to what they want to extinguish. What the heck is aluminum, brother? It's a silver colored wood, basically. What they use to make airplanes very soon. Don't need repairs very frequently. No, that's true. But it's still a continuous cost. I haven't used helicopters in a while. Also, they make a lot of noise. If I ever build construction offices with helicopters again, like helicopter construction offices, I'm gonna make sure that I'm very far away from them because the constant buzzing of helicopters above my head, or like under my head I guess, was very, very noisy. Okay, whenever I run demolition, I guess I'm just overloading the incinerator with waste. I guess that's the problem. Aluminium was discovered in 1825. You just knew that, huh? You just had to put that out there. When was aluminum used in Eastern Europe, though? (1830). It was actually discovered in Eastern Europe, or something like that. Okay, secret police. Very good. My god, you're super busy with like grain deliveries. What is going on? Loyalty of at least 35 in here. Black horses. Max speed. Very important. Yeah, the secret police should not have a problem. How many highly educated workers do we have? 20% still. Hopefully the university catches up. I mean, I think our basic population growth is just going up comparatively. I don't think we had a drop in higher educated workers. Not really. We had a slow increase. Well, yeah, it could be doing better. Now that the research is done, though, everyone can focus on the higher education. Aluminum was used in flight in 1903 when the Wright brothers used a cast aluminum copper alloy for the engine crankcase of their initial powered aircraft to reduce weight. Alright then. So it was used for aircraft. We can reduce distribution load so much. And the dedicated line bringing coal to this area will not be used anymore. Then the dumper vehicles can make their way inside the construction office instead. Is this going to be on the test? Yeah? What do you mean is this going to be on the test? This is the test, Erebus. This is like the introduction to the test question. Wait for Neo Contra to formulate the test question that you will have to answer. No ChatGPT or Google allowed. But you can use Alibaba. Or 20 questions, Alibaba, I guess. Use the ChatGPT to formulate the questions myself? Well, that's different. Teachers are allowed to use it. And you're also using it to check if it's correct then, of course. But the students may not use it. Neat. Perfect. Or, like some would say, exactly as nature intended. Oh yeah, if this starts working now, then the prison is gonna run out of workers. Let's gather information about the loyalty first before we disallow people working in here, I guess. So, the time of cultural enjoyment and sports enthusiasm will be over. It's all gonna be propaganda. Maybe that was a bit much without a lone refresh. Right, minimum loyalty 50. Get to it. We'll have to wait for the secret police to make a visit on these two buildings, and then hopefully they'll do that in time. Yes, 58%, very good. People with high loyalty are now allowed to move in here. The rest of the settlement is going to be lower loyalty, basically. High loyalty, these two buildings, for now. Any education. Gotta get the prison system up and running first. And now we start boosting people's loyalty. And in the same case, increase prison sentences so they have enough time to gain loyalty. If we push people up over 50%, they move into these houses to then run the prison for the other people who come after them. Come on, stop all not working. Oh god, people are escaping. Well, that's fine. I'm sure they'll figure it out eventually. Everyone's supposed to move and work in here for now. Okay, good. At 3 years, they'll have an average of 15 plus 1 loyalty tick times 1.75. So they'll have a gain of almost 30% of loyalty. Don't run out of money, please. Go to the border and get some hazardous waste. So you can get over 40% loyalty if you are in prison. Well, ideally some people will have consecutive sentences. We might have to increase the sentences up to 5 years. But not everyone drops down to 0% loyalty if they get imprisoned. So here you see 3.5 years, already at 31% loyalty. Most people who get imprisoned should have around 35% loyalty, and will probably drop to like 30 or 25 at most from being imprisoned. Only a rare amount of prisoners should be really low. And hopefully, with this we can push them up over 50, so they can then start working inside the prison themselves. Which would be a positive loyalty spiral, because we make our own loyal people that can then run the prison. They will leave with no change in happiness, but significantly reduced culture enjoyment, which they can then get afterwards, up to 34. And each loyalty tick, each free time tick takes 0.2 years, even if you make them work. So if you make prisoners work, they stay in prison for longer. Another time paradox, I guess. So yeah, with 3 years, it's 15 loyalty ticks now, plus 1 on the last day. 15 times 1% is 15% at least. And we're more than 1%, we're almost getting towards 2%. So yeah. Vasnetsova Nelia Vladislavovna will release with more than 50% loyalty. Will move into these 2 houses. One of these 2 houses, not both of them at the same time. And should then hopefully make our loyalty spiral self-sufficient. We'll have to slowly then feed people working into the school and university. School probably with higher priority. So the highly educated workers have to do some work too. Because if people with more than 50% loyalty work inside the school, they'll push the loyalty of everyone visiting up there as well. Even if they have less than 50. Hello, Lucky Leader. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Long stream today again. How was Workers and Resources near the end for you? Now I can close the tab. More than 42 seconds today. Yes. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Spriteford. I'm also streaming Workers and Resources. And Victor WG, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're building an auxiliary settlement, which has a purpose of bringing us to the center of the map where we will start the MegaCity. Managed to replace a horse domestically with automatic vehicle replacement. Excellent. That poor horse. I've currently started the loyalty spiral up again. At least an attempt at a loyalty spiral, I guess. Where we're going to use the prison to make everyone as loyal as possible, and then filter out the people with a higher education to run our school and university to bring loyalty to more people. I believe the wagon and horse maker need to be connected directly. Yes. Or you need to bring the horses and or wagons to a vehicle storage slash pasture. Other buffs at 50% as well, not just capacity. Well, they generally increase productivity for everything, and they have a reduced negative effect when they can't get something. They're both connected to a vehicle storage and the pasture, but not each other. The vehicle storage and the pasture need to be connected to themselves. As soon as they start storing into both of them, then it should work, but that's basically what happens when you connect them to each other as well. the storages basically become connected when a new vehicle can be formed from having the horses and vehicles, horse carts be in a way that they connect together. I don't understand the question then, but yeah, the buff is still there. This has the reconstruction inside. I wonder if there's any other difference during reconstruction. Let me check something. Because reconstruction limits productivity to 70%. Does that mean they only serve like 70% of their normal prison sentence while the reconstruction is ongoing, or what is going on? Already at 42%. Gonna get a loyalty tick of 2%, up to 44, and still plenty of prison time left. 70% security, I think. It's not that, no. Security is fine. So 1.2 is what we are expecting. It's the normal prison sentence. And I guess 70% of that is not easily visible. I was just wondering because we had one prisoner which had an uneven number. Like that one, 0.7. That should not happen, because it's always going up by 0.2. So the 70% might play a role in the serving a sentence time. I don't know. Maybe it is always a percentage of their prison sentence? I don't know. Should be 70% productivity of the wardens, yeah. But the only thing that would be affected is, I guess, the loyalty gain, I think. But it seems fine. I mean, I'm expecting this to go up as people become more and more loyal and start working in the prison too. We'll have to filter out the people with a higher education to actually work in the school though. Those university educated people. Okay, you don't have enough loyalty anyway, that's fine. To make sure you work in the correct buildings, I'm not gonna send you... No, I don't have a bus stop. I need another bus stop that I send people to where they need to look for the correct workplace, but are never picked up. We need a bus stop here for very loyal people, basically. I guess I could build that here, but that's where the orphanage is supposed to be too. Let's see what happens to the loyalty gain once the maintenance is done. It's still the same. Are we keeping up with the secret police information? Looks good. No issues with that, I guess. But yeah, the loyalty spiral with the prison will have to take a bit of a time to take effect. Once the first prisoner is released, we basically have our source of very loyal people. I could imprison them for longer, but I don't want the prison to start overfilling with prisoners. How do we have them so loyal? I just got some migrants. 50 migrants here to start filling things up. Oh, first prisoner, 69%, I think. So when you bring in migrants, they have around 60% loyalty, and I just prepared some houses for them to move into to get this started. That's what usually happens with the loyalty. Now we have a proper statistic. So migrants have an average loyalty of usually around 60. So, and now we're trying to get more loyalty than the migrants have on average that join our republic. Also over 51%, still got plenty of time in the prison. The more loyalty people are in working in the prison, the more loyalty gain we will have. So at some point there's going to be 3%, 4%. Highest I've seen I think is 6%. But I've not had a prison yet where everyone had 100% loyalty, I guess. Hello Hetzberger. Welcome. So yeah, I had to get 50 migrants to get this started. Making them all work in the prison. I hope we don't get too many prisoners during this time. Otherwise I might have to get some more migrants, but seems to be working alright for now. The loyalty train is on the way. And this time no orphanage, which makes things easier. But we would like to have orphanages once, like at least one orphanage once all of these houses are filled, to reduce our population loss. I mean, technically we could use an orphanage also to like populate the prison, I guess, by making the orphans very criminal. Ideally we would use it for more loyalty gain, but yeah, the balance of orphanages, I mean, until 3,000 we might be fine with a small one. I think someone said that in chat during one of the last streams. Unloading station for coal, almost done. What a terrible, terrible thing it is to be an orphan boy. Hey, you get to be probably a teacher. Maybe. It's not a guarantee. Not with the current setup. Oh, a student with 57% loyalty. How is that possible? Oh, recent migrant, I guess. Someone trying to get... Oh, you're not gonna get that in time. You're gonna go into the workforce with a basic education with 57% loyalty. That's fine too. But yeah, the children of the very loyal former prisoners are also gonna have high loyalty. And then if the school and university doesn't drop it down too much, they'll go into the workforce with that loyalty as well. I would like to reduce the prison sentences to like 2 years, ideally. But we have to get the percentage up first, to like 3% or so. The less the sentences, the less of a loss of loyalty they have when they get imprisoned. And the people who are getting incarcerated right now for a minor crime for the same time that the major crimes are getting imprisoned for are also very much unhappy about it and having a much higher loyalty and happiness drop. So you, for example, 76 and 35, probably gonna have a higher loyalty drop than someone with a medium or serious crime. At least that's... Yep. Lost almost all loyalty, and happiness is really low now. But right now the main goal is to get the loyalty situation self-sufficient, so not everyone has to have the maximum loyalty. We just need to have enough loyal people come into these flats to keep running the prison and make it self-sustaining. It is actually a very simple loop this way. And yeah, once both of these houses are filled with very loyal people, then we should be able to build an orphanage as well. And bring the highly educated workers to live in this building instead. So they can focus on the school and university, instead of like running the orphanage. Running the prison and the orphanage. We're just gonna make sure we don't run over the capacity of the prison, otherwise the loyalty boost is less efficient or actually negative. We need to make sure we have enough wardens. And we did technically increase prison sentences, so they are going to be more prisoners now. I'll probably have to get some more migrants to make sure it's like fine for now. I will see. Some of the people will get released fairly soon, and then you have like 7 more ticks, 7 more free times before you get released. And then you'll move in and actually start working in the prison too. There might already be enough workers, I don't know. I'll open it up to 20 workers just so they balance themselves in here. I'd rather them be in here than any other building. Okay. We managed to get through winter. Heating plant is fine. Coal storage has received some coal. The coal train is waiting to do its job. Tunnel construction. So, one more research point. It's 1890. That means that's the second free research point we have. I don't think I'm gonna get the loyal education for most loyal citizens only, although that would be really, really handy. Because then we could prevent anyone with less than 50% loyalty getting a university education. And I might also need a student hall. Unfortunately. Actually, just a student hall would be sufficient, because we can set the loyalty on the students there. That might be enough. That might be exactly what we need. What the hell? Housewife scientist? What happened? I don't know if we can fit the orphanage in here, but it doesn't have to be here, I guess. This will reach shopping center, everything fine. Well, no, it will not reach the shopping center right now because of the dirt road. But it can be upgraded. You know what? The orphanage will be somewhere else, I'm pretty sure. We upgrade this road to gravel. Can't reach a grocer, can't reach a shopping center. I guess I need to build a grocer here anyway. I mean, the student hall could also be in here, I guess. Yeah, let's put it here, it's fine. Right next to the school. And university. Is that over? No, it's fine. It's not overfilled at all. Totally not overfilled. Yeah, I guess that way we will be able to selectively keep the students who have high enough loyalty and allow them to continue their studies, which should bring up the average loyalty of the students. We can't bring orphans in here. Orphans will always join the workforce or leave the Republic. After their time in the orphanage is done, they will not wait any longer. But for regular students, it should be fine. Is it within walking distance of all housing? It doesn't need to be in walking distance of any housing. It needs to be in walking distance of the shopping center and culture buildings. This is not an orphanage. This is just a residential buildings for students, basically. So students with a loyalty of over 50% will be allowed to continue their studies. or like 60%. Basically, if a student shows up in the university and starts studying, and they have more than 60% loyalty, if they grow to the age of 21, they can then move into the student hall to finish their studies at that point. That's the plan. Oh god, that's a lot of prisoners. Come on, finish your sentence. You are going to get released with 77% loyalty. Let's make sure you actually move into the correct building. One of these two, it should be. Yes, perfect. And you're walking to the fire station, which you shouldn't. But you decided to move into this building, so I have to tell you to work in the prison all the time. But yeah, our first 75% loyal, 78% loyal prisoner release. Age 41, plenty of time, basic education only. So a lot of people with basic education and high loyalty we could also use in an orphanage to push their loyalty up while they're studying. But yeah, I think I'll use orphanages sparingly this time. The orphanage loop you can make work really well if you get the situation in place where the orphans have their own university basically. So they don't get stuck inside the school, they don't get stuck in the university, they can finish their educations in time, and they always have a higher education, plus a super high amount of loyalty. It's like the ideal case. So an orphanage with a dedicated school and university would make sense as a dedicated settlement, which we can't really have. I would have to make a compound where those things are true as well. And the children in an orphanage don't really need a super loyal teacher or professor, because the orphanage is making up the loyalty negative situation. There's very few party officials. Yeah, I think the student hall is gonna reduce our drain on highly educated workers a bit, because we're dropping quite far on higher educated now. Yeah, migrants pushed us up, sure. We need to get the amount of higher educated workers up again. It seems to be increasing. I think we had a drop because of some migrants dying off. So hopefully this is still going to continue working. In the beginning we can leave the student hall at like no loyalty setting, or like 35 or something like that. But once it's like half filled, we can increase the requirement if we wanted to push up the loyalty inside the Republic. The benefit of not using any loyalty setting is basically that you have a backlog of people who are continuously studying until they're done. So we have like a house of 75 people who are always going to try and get a university education. I need to build the technical university to research Soviet functionalism. I think that's the next thing I should be doing. It would only be there for that reason, because I would like to start building the MegaCity with Soviet functionalist buildings. And maybe we'll get some use out of the large orphanage. How long is a year for a worker? 80-year lifespan is... how much is that in game? I don't know the exact number. Like maybe 10 years in game. Even less than that, I think. People age really quickly. Multiple years per in-game year, for sure. Could be 10 years. But I don't have the accurate numbers. Also depends on what the people are doing. I basically managed to, in our previous game, make it so that the students didn't age anymore. They were basically staying students forever, and I had like the majority of our population was people of the age of 15 to 21, 16 to 21. So the population pyramid was skewed like a lot. Because I didn't let them age. They were waiting to get into university, but I didn't let them. So they were running around looking to get into university and never considering getting older. It was kind of funny. Oh my god. Alright. I mean, I did increase the amount of construction office vehicles we have, so I shouldn't be too surprised that if we have that many vehicles, we might run into a couple more traffic issues leading into the settlement, I guess. Okay, I'll stop the resource deliveries to the heating plant. 13 dumpers. And we'll move them into a construction office, at least 8 of them. And we'll be left with 5, I guess. Who can do some other work, like transporting coal from this local storage to another heating plant if we need another one. I still need to build a gallery of the art and a museum, a theater. Was it? No, museum. The Republican Theater is way too big. What's the retirement age of 4-Pop? They don't retire, they work until they're dead. They keep working until the age of 80, or however long they live. What a sad life. Hey, they like their work, alright? I like what they're doing. And if not, we'll make them. This building's gonna fill up pretty quickly. We can always dump people from this building back into the regular workforce if we have a shortage of workers, but I need more highly educated workers. The majority of this settlement should be highly educated workers, so the majority of prisoners are going to be highly educated. So the majority of really loyal people releasing from prison are going to be highly educated. And that's the way how we are going to get our very loyal, highly educated workers, not through the orphanage means, but prison. Early retirement equals death from overpopulation. Overpollution? Overpopulation, I assume. In a capitalist city, builder, pups retire. Yes. I mean, they retire here too. Through death. It's a different form of retirement. It's an all-in-one retirement. Retirement from life, exactly. Alright, let's build up the groundworks of the student hall with a ton of workers, and then the resource deliveries shouldn't take too long. Okay, this bus route also needs priority in the area. Other vehicles will have to wait. Work is a true leisure. Yep. If you enjoy what you're doing, you'll still work your whole life, but I guess you don't know any better. Or it's fine, it doesn't matter, but you're still working. That's not how the saying goes, but I'm gonna stick by that. High priority on the student hall. The footpath here is not as important. Did kind of cheese the footpath through the road, but that's fine. I'm still amazed that the heating plant running at 100% for most of the year doesn't really seem to affect our health, average health in the settlement yet. Very good. I wonder if at some point it's more efficient and cost-wise to build public urban transportation to move pubs quickly to meet demands. Yes, I think it is. Because walking is free, but it does take time. People walking around. We can basically build a settlement completely just with walking population, but only for the workforce. Passenger transportation does take time away from their free time. So you would like to minimize that as much as possible. When a passenger gets transported, their free time does not go down while they're inside the vehicle, if I remember correctly. Only when they're waiting or walking. Which is kind of interesting. Okay, look at that. 77, 65, 76, 69, 64, 57, 53. All perfectly valid workers for the prison. We'll switch this one over to high loyalty, however I will have to move people in there manually. But then again, if someone releases from prison with a high loyalty, higher education, they could also immediately move into this building. That is fine too. I can't really force a minimum loyalty in the school and university yet. Ideally, I think I would use the university first. But at some point the average loyalty here will start going up. The school gives the loyalty boost to the most people, whereas the university makes sure that people going into a higher education retain a lot of loyalty. In our case, I think I would like the university to start first. So we get more efficient professors, but also more loyal students to finish their higher education. Because then I should be able to run the student hall at a 50% loyalty requirement, and if someone moves in and the professors have a higher than 50% loyalty, their loyalty is not slowly going to drop while they study. But it's going to stay high and keep getting pushed even further up. That's the plan. Road construction. It's on low priority. Other things have a higher priority, but yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have done both roads. We need to start bringing workers up to the first train platform. If we go and check, people are going to start at the settlement somewhere. There's going to be a train line probably somewhere from this area heading down this way. That is fine. And then heading towards the city center somewhere, which is 8 kilometers. So 4 kilometers is what we need to put our first train platform in, or like 3 kilometers. The city itself is the final destination, but the workers themselves, we only really want to bring here, so it's about 7 kilometers. So at 3.5 kilometers, we can place our first and only temporary train platform. It might not be temporary. Intermediate train platforms, I guess what I mean. So somewhere around here on the hill, somewhere in this area, we need a train platform to unload our workers into. And then from here we can bring them to the second one. Let me drop a name tag in. I'll probably get rid of that hill. But we need the workers here to get rid of the hill. So what do we have first? The train platform? Probably the train platform here somewhere. And then it would end up somewhere in here, from where we can start the worker delivery into the construction of the urban area. First the bridges to go across, and then lastly housing construction. And then after people start living here, with resources getting distributed towards them by probably distribution offices next to the border initially, the next construction would then be a warehouse. Maybe the warehouse is going to be built first, because a train delivery of resources for citizen goods sounds very important. Meat delivery is going to be painful though. Oh yeah, that also, right. Dumpers. I knew this was going to happen. I just didn't pay attention to it. Thankfully, nothing critical here is happening. It's all fine. Except the fact that there's a refueling point here, so a lot of vehicles are getting blocked, I guess. Alright. We also move into the dumper construction office, all vehicles. All resources for groundworks are present. Let me know when the student hall is done. Yeah, it's good seeing people with relatively high loyalty as students. Those are most likely from new migrants that we brought in. But some of the people who got released from prison are going to have their own children. I mean, they might have already had their children, and then they went away when they got imprisoned. But maybe they'll have some new children, if they can get imprisoned early enough. $29. Have some children with your 67% loyalty, come on. 105% productivity. Need that loyalty gain. It's over 2% now, if there's sufficient workers inside the building. So the rest is just continuous population growth, and now planning for building towards the center. Now we're like tackling the fact that yes, we need a train platform here to start delivering workers to the area. I'll probably double track it. We will also probably need the large rail construction office then, with one larger rail construction vehicle, so it doesn't travel back and forth that often, and we can assign way more workers to it. Then the small rail construction office would probably be obsolete at that point. Although it's still really handy for like building inside the settlement. Sometimes the areas that it's building in are very narrow, and it has to turn around on a dime. Deliver coal, wait until unloaded. One more construction task, unless we don't have enough gravel in here, which shouldn't be the case, I don't think. We have enough gravel, thankfully. And then we can have a second train running, the coal train. Should not get in the way of things. This will then be a chain signal only. We'll have a mixed signal on this side. This chain signal is not absolutely necessary, but it's there for if the coal train starts moving and is on this block. It doesn't block the whole orange block for a train moving through, like, as long as the coal train is still inside the blue block, another train could decide to leave the customs house and travel through this way. So this area would then be somewhat deprioritized, but it still allows multiple trains moving through the whole area. If a train here or from the customs house wants to go to the same place that the coal train is in, then of course it wouldn't start moving because it would hopefully check through a chain signal. And this chain signal that there's currently another train on this area. And that would be the plan. Yeah, the megacity can't really grow to a nice population count without trains. Trains are going to be very important. I mean, we already feel it in this auxiliary settlement. Like, we can't grow this without crop deliveries by train. We can't grow it without the coal deliveries to the heating plant. But maybe for the megacity, we'll, instead of delivering the coal directly to the heating plants, we'll have like a more centralized coal delivery point. The island that we were looking at in the river here. We could, for example, bring the coal to one of these places and then have a bunch of distribution offices distributing the coal to the heating plants themselves. It would create a lot of traffic though. I still believe that the coal delivery by train is the best way to actually solve this. And coincidentally, that also leads me to build more train tracks, which I really like doing. Single track networks inside the city are probably going to be cool. $1880 start seems pretty savage for any transportation. I mean, if you stick with villages, you're going to be fine. Because then, but can you make a profit with villages? I don't know yet. Coal delivery by ship, that could also work, yeah. But it's a very long trip. Plus we would have to import coal with US currency. I don't think we're going to get it through the eastern border. Don't think that's going to happen. Alright. Distribution office can still help if below 30%, I guess. But the train is now going to take the majority of work. So sell stuff to the west and take their coal back. It's usually better to sell raw resources to, like, resources to the west and buy the resources in the east. So buying resources in the west might become quite expensive. I could see that happening. Like, the west likes getting oil, coal, iron, bauxite. And it likes selling finished goods, like aluminium, food, etc. Uranium? Sure. Not sure why it was blocked, but sure. This coal train could be 3 times as long almost. We have room for 150 meter of train. This is 60 meters currently. 2.5 times as long, I guess. Okay, now we wait for the resource deliveries to the student hall. And then hopefully we can have the children from the people who were formerly imprisoned study for a very long time. The children yearn for the uranium mines. I don't even know if we can do uranium mines yet. I think that's probably also gated by time, I would imagine. 1939, 1940. So I don't think they're yearning for the uranium mines yet if we don't even know what they are. Bauxite is already available. There's no, since the earliest official starting date is 1920. They didn't put a time limit on that, I guess. Uranium was discovered in 1789. Okay. But when was it, like, mined commercially? The discovery of an element is maybe still a little bit different than the commercial extraction of an element. I mean, we need to make uranium glass, obviously. Commercial uranium mining began in the mid to late 19th century, initially to produce colors for glass and ceramics, before finding major applications in medicine. So, not yet. Well, I guess this is... Wait, late 19th century? Yeah, I mean, that's where we are right now, I guess. But the game says no. 1939 for us. And no earlier. Yeah, population for very loyal people is growing, which is good. So this should be self-sufficient, I hope. We'll have to slowly bring away some people with high loyalty and higher education, which is happening here too. Then slowly start introducing a loyalty requirement inside the university and school. Do I have... wait. Okay, I still have a building for people with higher education and low quote-unquote loyalty. Less than 50%, that's fine. Because we need people to run the crime and justice system, we need them to run the hospital. That's fine. So the children know what uranium is and yearn for it, but can't mine it yet. So they yearn for the mines, is what you're saying. I guess that makes sense. It's a different take on that, I guess. I think the train track towards the city will be double tracked. There's going to be a lot of traffic coming through here. Where are we going to put the rail construction office? I mean, it doesn't have to be nearby. It could be up here. We could run the rail construction through the same path as the coal train, I guess. So the rail construction office could be up here, I guess. Can't run that with prisoners, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess we could build it here. Would need a water pipe, or a water truck would be sufficient too. Water carriage. Let me relocate the technical service vehicles for now, out of the way. How are they all busy already? A bit too close. They were back there because they were supposed to deal with the waste of the factories. We do have to build a proper technical service after all. But right now I want to make room so that we can plan for the rail construction office. I think I'll just drop it in here. I don't see a reason not to. It's gonna be nice and accessible to workers like in the area. And then yeah, we could just run our rail construction out of this location onto the main track into the area. Maybe not in the same loading platform as the coaling station, but somewhere here. Oh yeah, how do I get research points again? Can I have a quick rundown? You get a research point every 10 years if you start before 1960. Up until 1990s when the 1980 I think is the last year when you get research points. And then for population you get a research point every 2,500 citizens you have in total. So once I get to 2,500, I get one at some point. And for each settlement that has at least 200 people living in it, easily readable from this list, 200 people and its own food supply, and it must not be actively dying. Of course, if you plop down multiple settlement markers, then you could say, oh yeah, I have a settlement here and here and here, but that's your own like definition. Like usually, like MegaCity is going to be like 100,000 people living in one settlement. So I will, in my run, I only get one research point for having a settlement with more than 200 people. But yeah, the three main ones are free research points if you're before 1960 every 10 years. Up until 1980 is the last one you get. So you don't get one 1990 or later. And then settlement with 200 people and its own food supply, and every 2,500 citizens. And it's always citizens, not workers, so you can use the in-game statistics for that. If you play on a pre-populated map, the unactivated workers don't count, so you have to pay attention to that. And yeah, for the settlement list, you can use this one. Just sort by population. If you have like a lot of villages, then you can easily calculate how many you have. Just haven't been researching anything. Ah, okay. Yeah, that does happen. I think we'll just use a horse carriage bringing water here. The large rail construction office has a lot of internal capacity for resources. So we'll just bring everything by horse carriage. And don't build a water pipe, I guess. I mean, I could build a water pipe, I guess. It's not that difficult, is it? 340 work days. No water. It's going to do a lot of work. It's one fewer horse carriages running around. I'll hook it up, it's fine. There's a long path along a trafficked area for the rail construction. Well, the coal train is going to be done delivering coal at some point, and will travel as often as the grain train, which is not that much. I still need to plan out where the passenger platform will reside for the whole area. And I think we'll extend this train track out, shortening the area that this one has, basically, double tracking this. And then putting the passenger platform maybe here. Like, we could run the train passenger platform in this area if we wanted to. I could leave the other residential building out of this and just put a train platform here, which would have access to currently everything inside the city. Minus the very loyal people, which doesn't really matter too much. Downside here would be no road connection, so I couldn't bus people in, I guess. But I could bus them to the bus platform and then force them to walk to the train platform if I really want to. So yeah, maybe one less houses, one fewer houses. Or maybe we'll put it here and double track up to this point. Put a passenger track here somewhere. I wouldn't be opposed to that either. Having the passenger platform next to the train depot could be a thing. The trains do not have to be that long. They will carry a couple workers, but it's not MegaCity 1 levels yet. Maybe on this side. Again, good reach. Only 277 meters right now, so they have plenty of reach afterwards. Once they're not on a dirt road, I guess. These houses are mainly for running everything inside the settlement, including the industries. It depends on where we want to set up like extra housing. I still have room around the heating plant, basically. We could also we could set up the train platform here, I guess, next to the loyal people, and then plan housing extension in this area with the heating plant, water, sewage, electricity setup that is already in the location. The rail construction office is taking up a lot of space in here, but it is next to the heating plant, and I guess it's fine. For now. Or we just move it. Make some more room for more housing. You're blocking yourself right now. I'll move the signal. This area that then could also be like a way for trains to turn around in. But nah, I don't really want that, I don't think. So passenger trains heading down out here, double tracking the passenger track. Cutting over this area where industry trains are traveling back and forth occasionally, but yeah, the other option was building it here where we have a large volume of workers. Just next to the coaling station, it goes onto the same track as the coaling station. I like that idea more, I think. What's up with our student hall? It's not fast enough with the brick deliveries, I guess. So train platform somewhere here, maybe another heating plant next to it, and then building out the housing further. And then we can run the people from the residential buildings directly into the train platform too, and build up more housing next to it too, as well. It has to connect to the train line before this point, basically. This is currently 450 meters, if I remember correctly. 150 meters. 450 would be long trains. So yeah. This allows any train to enter from any side of the coaling station and be able to leave again, not blocking the other side. I mean, they're always going to be able to leave because it goes through a single train track right now. I guess the passenger train could have the coaling station at one side, and then... I mean, they're probably going to run through an end station anyway. I don't want the passenger trains to run out of coal when they're running this long track. So they would arrive here at a train platform, go into an end station on the other side, probably next to this. Go into the train platform, do the trip, come back, end station, and do the whole trip again. I think it's going to be a separate way for them. So they would not be much on the industrial path at all. So we'd have a railway end station here to mark the start of the rail line. This is probably what we're going to use our water connection for instead of the rail construction office. Train platform for the people. I'll move the end station out to match how close I can build this. Somewhere around here then. That's fine. And then they could also be connected to this side, because they can arrive here, go to the end station and start their trip. They have to go to the end station first anyway. Somewhere like here. And the rail construction vehicle will have to have access through different means. Or I built the end station on this side and they just go down this way, like I said. Because they're probably going to use the same track as the resource trains, the double tracking from the customs house. So the end station on the other side might make more sense. Enough room to allow them a signal though. That's fine. They come in one side and go out the other side. And we'll use this side to run the train track towards the main track from the customs house, which will head along the main road. What is hotkeys for building wide roads in copy buildings? You need to use the hotkey assignment tool and put the pick building infrastructure tool in the list, which you find under the terrain tools menu, third from the right. And then you can pick whatever building you like place. But the white stuff should happen automatically if you have build from resources activated, then it like places the blueprints basically. Which should be the standard. And then you press the number you want and it always goes to that tool, I guess. You can quick build any building you mouse over and select with that tool. Even power lines if you want, or pipes. So passenger train comes down here and then turns onto the main track. I think that's the way it's supposed to be. We might have to unload them at the intermediate train platform because travel time might be too long, but trains are relatively fast. That's definitely going to be a Prussian train traveling at 70 kilometers an hour. To do this with the demolition button, but I can't hotkey yet. I don't think demolition can be hotkeyed. Nope. That one can't be hotkeyed. This one... I mean... Wait. Let me remove that one. Demolition button... Oh, the demolition button is just to assign the building to a demolition task, I guess. No, that one doesn't work. Otherwise, I guess you would be able to easily accidentally assign too many buildings for demolition. I guess I don't know why it doesn't work. Oh yeah, that one doesn't seem to work. many clicks if I need to rebuild industrial area. Well, you can use the bulldozer and hold the control key down and bulldoze everything without a question. So instead of like getting this warning message, you just hold the control key down and do this. Same as train construction, you need to keep the window open. Ah, maybe that then. So if you have the demolition assigned then... So if we hotkey this... No, doesn't work. It selects the right one, but it doesn't seem to work. So that's where the hotkey was. Yeah, the control bulldozer is what you want probably. I assume you're gonna have a lot of fun with that one. There's no vehicle on this road. You're lying to me, game. Gotta wait for that tiny signal waypoint to make its way away from here so we can draw the other footpath over across as well. And then I guess we have our train platform area. Maybe we'll build another fire station to gain access to the end station from this area. But I think the train tracks will have to go over at least one road. But yeah, if we hook it up from this side, I guess they wouldn't have to. Then they can just run across here and out this way. We have to set up a rail line from the customs house, move these buildings out of the way, and then into that we can hook up the passenger platform, just going down here and hooking up into the same train line. The passenger area is not important right now, but we will need it once the first train platform has been built, because we'll bring workers to this so that they can be picked up from here and then sent further to the second train platform, from which we can start the construction of the megacity. Okay, more and more citizens moving in here, very good. Loyalty gain at 2%, good. I assume sometimes the secret police isn't doing its job and there's people with lower loyalty in here? No, it's actually fine, never mind. I wonder if it's related to productivity plus loyalty, but everyone here has really high productivity now. What other industries will you build in the auxiliary city to prepare to build up megacity? Steel, gravel, bricks? Nothing else, no. We're fine. We're making a lot of money. The first industry in the megacity will be a steel mill, which will run for profit, I think. I need a technical university to actually research that one. Put 5 more workers in the food factory. And you're almost ready for building the megacity? Yes, we're building the infrastructure now leading towards the megacity. I mean, the road we've already started. I'm building up the rail network. We're still trying to get more workers into the auxiliary settlement so we can bring more workers to the megacity to build stuff up with. But in general, I think we're laying the groundworks now to actually start building towards the megacity. We've been waiting long enough, I think. Tomorrow will be intense then? I don't think tomorrow's going to be in Workers and Resources stream though. I might stream something else. I would like to play more Cairn. I'm not available in the afternoon again. Sunday is going to be intense though, I think. And intense is relative. Like it's still, we still have to set up like rail construction and train platform and more workers. How far did you get in Cairn? Past the goat. That is my second run. In the first run I got up to the wall. I don't know if those make any sense if I say it. But I starved on the wall because I arrived there with a single water flask and some Cheetos, I guess. I didn't really pay attention to the survival mechanisms in that game. Now I am, and my backpack is full of nonsense. So I'm taking it slow. I'm stuck in the crystal cave after the goat or something. Couldn't make it up that one. So yeah, I don't know how far like how much more there is after where I was, but when I got stuck really hard, so I decided to start a second run and focus more on the survival parts, which should hopefully pay dividends once we get to that area. Just having access to more water is huge. The rail construction office will take a lot of workers. Like any worker who doesn't want to do anything else can basically work in the rail construction office. There should be like room for over 200 people working in there. I'm not gonna read that one. You can't make me. So this would be the access point for, I guess, the rail construction. Although the rail construction... I mean, if we're building towards the customs house, there would be like an access point from this side where we build into the customs house first. We'll have to plan this out for long trains, but I'm not sure if I want to place multiple loading stations next to each other like I did previously. I kind of want to, actually. I've changed my mind. We'll have like 4 waiting areas for long trains to load in here, so the turnover time between trains should be relatively quick. Because I just realized I need to import iron and coal from here too, in the beginning. It's so nice to build tracks once you have electric locomotives. Yeah. Wooden electric locomotives are technically a thing we could get in 1910-ish, or something like that. But I do like steam locomotives a lot, so I will be hard pressed to actually make the switch. Okay, student hall is filling up with random people. Oh, I do need education for most loyal citizen only for this building. I didn't realize. Okay, I'll spend a research point on that then. Never mind, that is important. that is important then. I thought that building would work without, but I guess not. Education for loyal citizens is what we need. Okay, I'll spend that research point, I guess. Steel mill will have to wait until we get over 2,500 citizens. Roosevelt electric locomotive was presented by German engineer and inventor Werner von Siemens in 1879 in Berlin, Germany. Yeah. And commercial use? Electric locomotives? Adoption always takes a while. Normally. I guess these days it's working pretty quickly. Yeah, I think we can have a lot of like housing around this rail area. So maybe a heating plant in the area. And if we build a heating plant here, it could have a storage that feeds into the end station as well as in the heating plant, I guess. So we do two deliveries with one setup. I don't know if I want to have a train deliver the coal. It would make the most sense, but like have a line around here into another storage distribution heating plant setup. Could work. I'm gonna have to flip the end station around. Or do I wait? If the road is gonna arrive from the left, but if the... no, wait. I'm gonna think about that another time. First commercial electric locomotive appeared in 1881. 2 years already, wow. Alright then. You win this time. Yeah, let's build the rail construction office, sure. Including the water pipe and the tracks leading into it. I'll have the rail construction office in the center, I guess. It's a temporary settlement, it can be janky. I mean, even the megacity might be janky. I'm not going to be over the fact that I will probably have to rebuild it in areas every now and then, but that's fine. My god, these footpath tunnels take ages. More brick deliveries. So yeah, tons of people now waiting to finish their university education, which is pretty much everyone who ever touched the university. If I think it's too many, I can move them into residential buildings. But this is like the most efficient way to get highly educated workers, if that's the thing you're worried about. And now I guess I can also remove the checkbox, because I want to run as many people through the university as possible. I think... no, I should still focus on the ones that are furthest along the education path, I guess. Get a couple highly educated workers in here with decent loyalty. 6 of them. And then I guess new people in here will also have high loyalty. Do we switch it over? I mean, we should at least require like 35% loyalty inside our education system for sure. No people with like 0% loyalty running for like as a teacher job. Maybe I'll start with the school first. Let's require a high loyalty in the school. That way we can push up the loyalty of the people visiting here, which is going to be everyone. It's going to take a while for a small amount of highly educated, highly loyal people to make that happen. I will move the people from these buildings into the house that accepts very loyal, highly educated worker living next to the school. Oh, wrong button. Oops. Does doing research take teacher away from educating or add jobs? It takes people away from educating. So right now there's 10 people researching. I don't know, up to 10 people educating. I had it at 10 workers in total previously, but since I wanted to do the research while still providing an education, I increased the amount of workers in here. Okay, now we have very loyal teachers in here, so the loyalty of the students should go up every now and then, which should push them up over 40% eventually. Doing loyalty shenanigans again. I can feel a death spiral incoming. Yes, we're doing the loyalties thing again. This time with a very minimal setup. The prison will provide the base amount of workers to get us started on the school and university. No orphanage is involved yet. Orphanage would be on top of that, but the orphanage is not the main driving factor anymore. $6.4 years, huh? 2 consecutive crimes, sentences. You're gonna be really loyal once you release. You're 52, your lifespan is only 64 for some reason. Maybe the pollution does play a role now. Okay, I would like the highly educated, loyal people to move into this building right now. But I have to make sure that there's always room for them to move into, which I can't guarantee right now, so everyone else has this as an alternative. Yeah, no, I don't really care about the 100% production rate of the heating plant anymore. It's fine. Rail construction? Why are you not moving? Because there's nowhere for you to move to, I guess. We need to drop a mixed signal here. So you know that there's like room behind. Actually, the path here would have been sufficient, I guess. That would have been enough too, I guess. Beautiful. It's so hard to regulate highly educated. Yep. But with the next tech, once it's done, it will be fairly easy. The next technology is kind of crucial. This building can fill up, I guess. It will fill up, but then future people moving in will have to at least have, I think, 60% loyalty also. Should work in our favor. %44 loyalty already. Very good. Let's see if the maintenance of our sewage discharge works correctly. And it doesn't get stuck, like lack of workers arriving there or something. It's gonna be an early test on that building, just to see if everything works fine, because it's kind of far away. Yeah, I'll plan this with like a heating plant, coal storage in mind with the end station, and then we have room for more housing set up. Definitely no issues with the water supply yet. That is like absolutely fine. So we'll have like a housing block in the location next to the train platform. That's the workers we can use to run to the MegaCity for construction purposes. And we're about halfway through the population amount I wanted for the settlement anyway. I think 3,000 is probably going to be its limit. These techs take forever, but I think they're really key for the loyalty. So the rail construction office is going to build a track or two into the permanent, quote-unquote, rail construction office. And then we'll get a long track builder and have to make room here for actually laying out this area. No industrial train from this settlement should be heading towards the megacity, so this is going to be its own connection into the customs house until at some point it's going to go away. And the road connection here into the auxiliary settlement might also have to move, because we are planning this with 450-meter long trains in mind, which are long. So we might have to shift the road connection over some. But only once we start using those long trains, I guess. The trains will wait in front of the customs house up to this point, and when it's their turn, they stick their nose into the customs house, do the loading unloading they need, and then leave back the way they came. Should be the most efficient way to run long trains. So we got our perfectly straight train tracks out of the customs house if we want them. And then I would like to have the waiting platforms here. One additional track basically for either side. If I build it that way, there could be the situation that we use short trains and they will block this whole thing up. I might just build a waiting yard in front of it. We'll just use 2 platforms, I guess. That way I could also be a little bit more space efficient. I mean, we can rebuild this eventually if we need to, I guess. Let's see. Oh, that way we would almost be fine with the road connection here. Okay, sure, we'll build it that way. 450 meters. then the road would go over this junction or somewhere close to, and it would be in an area that does have a lot of traffic, but will never have a train like stand on it and block it, I guess. And then the train track from the city, we'll have to go up here and travel along the road and go into the passenger platform, heading into this way as well. Yeah, in the beginning I guess it's not going to be that many long trains, but I think they will still happen. Then we'll double track this all the way. I guess I didn't connect. I did not. Yeah, it's a little bit of... Oh, I'm on top of a hill. Well, that's not gonna work. I wonder how the calculation is done for looking for workers when you want to terraform something with a road. Like, clearly I can't really terraform here right now, but what if I do this in a way where I start here and then drag it all the way to the city? So then technically I have workers in the city, don't I? Or what if I start it this way? It must not be... that one works. Does it work this way? Like at some point it has to check from either the start or end point or both. Bridges for train? Yeah, they're gonna happen at the river, but not here. Just realized that there's still an area that isn't really flattened for the train tracks. Here. I mean, we can be closer to the road, I guess. But the train tracks are not that close to the road after all. Makes it easier to drag a road connection across later on. I guess it's fine if we build it like this, right? Sure, that looks fine. Hello 50. Welcome. Okay, let's check if the customs house has the connections built like the same width. 16.75 meters. Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Good. As soon as we're connected to the rail construction office with a train line and the building is up, we can then put the LTC into a park position and use the new one, probably BR80 long or something like that, to build the main track. I will have to double track it all the way to the passenger platform, I'm pretty sure. Just a concept right now. No road crossing here for the passenger trains. The road connection for this area is going to come off of this side, past the industrial area. And the coal deliveries would be... go to this area first, then come around, and I guess you would have to join this area or cross over it. Or come in from this side to deliver coal to this location and then continue on through back onto the normal track. Or back through the way you came, I guess. That would work too. Does anyone know vehicle brand Mars is meant to be in the game? I think it's Mercedes. Do you want the passenger train connection to be behind the waiting yard? There's not going to be a waiting yard right now. I think the waiting yard is going to be important once the MegaCity is running, and at that point we will have to rework the rail connection area. I'm not planning this with a waiting yard in mind right now. The waiting yard might be off to the side here and not be as efficient as I wanted to build in the future. It's going to be an upgrade project. Plus we have another customs house on this side that we can also build the MegaCity towards if we need more throughput for resources. I think in the beginning it's just important that all the trains are running at 70 kilometers an hour towards the MegaCity, and we're double tracking it. We'll only have 2 loading platforms, in the future 3, and yeah, it's fine. I'll have to plan this in mind with like short trains too later on. Most gonna struggle to get a license from Mars unlike other brands. I don't know the vehicle brand Mars, but I think it's supposed to be Mercedes. Getting close to 25 cubic meters. %, loyalty, still got a year's in prison, which is 10 plus 1, 11 loyalty ticks at 1.5%. You're gonna release at 100% loyalty, congratulations. Age below 40 years old. Not winter again, I'm sorry. So I think this curve up until here is fine, but I want to redo this one, especially with the hill. We'll probably build it like past the hill here, trying to stay to its elevation. Don't want to necessarily flatten all of this. Can't reach this with my workers right now. Would have to make a waiting platform. Increasing loyalty equals early release. Yes. Once people start getting to 100% loyalty regularly, we'll start lowering the sentences. Because then the loyalty of the workers inside the prison is going to be way higher on average. I mean, I can bring this to 55%. The 50 to 55% loyal workers are driving this down. We need to bring the average loyalty up inside the prison workforce. Secret Police is doing a really good job with the horses. I'm happy. Some unemployment due to small children because the kindergarten is being reworked right now. Also fine. Student hall is now full, no one else can get in. We'll have to bring the loyalty requirement here soon. Anyone, I guess, will be allowed to study, or attempt to study. But people who have a high loyalty will be allowed to keep studying after the age of 21. I mean, okay, minimum loyalty will be something like 30 or 35%. Which is the average loyalty of the Republic with monuments. We're up to 39% loyalty, so average loyalty is going up. This is when we got the migrants, and this is now the prison doing its thing. You move over here. I don't know how much loyalty you had, but 61%, yeah. Go work in the school. Because we don't have that many teachers right now who have more than 55% loyalty, so there might be an issue with the getting the students through the education system fast enough. But so far it looks okay. It's not a crisis yet. Just need enough teachers, I guess. MegaCity is in the right track to prosperity. I think it's gonna be cool, yeah. I hope the steel mill setup in the center of the city is gonna be working. We'll have to research that one as we build towards it. I can do that either 1900 or once we get to 2500 citizens. Whatever happens first, I guess. But yeah, I would like to be on track with the loyalty. Even without the research, the loyalty is already going up. But I want more control over it, I guess. Especially with the higher education. But I don't think it's necessary. I believe I could also make it work without. 4 hours later, 200 more citizen. Yep. I mean, I need to bring the orphanage in, but also I don't want a huge explosion of population because then heating, etc. could be an issue. 4 hours later, 500 more citizen. That's an increase of over 204. That's an increase of 250% to the previous one. Maybe I need to like do the whole run where I started with only 10 migrants and I have to bring them up to 1,000. That was a run, I tell you. Only 10 migrants allowed. Bring it up to 1,000. It took a while. Signals will be corrected after road construction is done. Another fire station here maybe, for safety reasons. No, I think in front of the road construction office is probably best. The road construction office is going to be a pretty big investment. But our industries are making money. The road construction is kind of just using the money. Make that a dirt road because it's only horse carriages, it's fine. Wait, why don't you want that anymore? Oh, it worked for a brief moment there. There it is. Can the fire truck drive on pedestrian paths? Yes. Otherwise they couldn't put out any of the residential buildings if they catch fire. But I don't think they go from a road to a pedestrian path to another road. Only the waste trucks seem to be doing that. Can I flip you around? No, it's gonna be too narrow. Yeah, never mind. Enough reach for enough workers, no problem. Anyway, I am going to take a break now. When I come back, it might be more workers and resources, but maybe I'll play something else. I have no idea yet. I'm kind of like thinking of going back to nuclear option. Not sure yet. City's starting to look good, thank you. It's gonna be very sad when we have to tear all of this down, but it's gonna be replaced with an equally awesome, if not more, city, hopefully. But yeah. It's gonna be like, kind of like what we're gonna go for. I think we can try and make this like a pretty nice bombastic entrance into the city with a lot of focus on the bridges initially, but we'll see. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me drop a save in before I talk anymore. It's going well. Decent money. We got some construction offices at the ready for when we want to build towards the city and start delivering resources to it, at which point I would have to make sure not to assign any construction offices with horse carriages, but yeah, because they wouldn't make it. Let's see, is there anyone else streaming workers and resources? There's a lot of viewers in the channel, sure. Jimmy is streaming again. Other than that, no English streamer. We have rated Jimmy recently twice. Let's look for something else. Percussigan is doing Vintage Story. Sadly is streaming Lord of the Rings. I don't want to raid into Lord of the Rings. That's not my thing. Yeah, that's an RPG kind of game. I think I'm gonna raid Twitch Tablism, who's doing music, making music, DJing. So, if you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Friday afternoon, wherever you are. Like I said, I'll probably be back. I'm not planning on not being back, but we'll see. I'm very hungry. Hopefully the server is making some nice music. We will see. Until then, take care everyone. All the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.